cell phones. For those who are working, please make sure that your devices are on silent. Make sure that they are quiet. It's 29 minutes past 9. We're about to start. Please stand. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Morning, Chair.
Can you please place my lead counsel, please place themselves on record?
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commissioner. Morning, Commissioner. Suppose I better start again. Good morning, Chairperson.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioner Beloy. Good morning, Commissioner Khumalo. My name is Sean Abrams, and I'm representing Mr. Sibanyoni. I'm not alone today. I'm with my learned friend, Ms. Sampati Kofa Lebaking. I'm also with Mr. Svelishle Feka. I think he's sitting directly behind me. And then our instructing attorney is Mr. Mpoke Magani from the law firm Mpoke PK Magani Attorneys Incorporated. And of course, we have one of the other attorneys present as well, Mr. Wesley Manyaka.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams, and good morning to you too. Good morning, Mr. Sibanyoni.
Good morning to you too, Chairman.
Thank you, thank you. Must I administer the oath right away, or are there any preliminaries?
Chair, there is the preliminary issue of postponement after today. Mr. Sibanyoni is appearing in the Delmas Regional Court on Tuesday, and his legal team asked that they might have Monday for preparation. That seemed a perfectly fair request to us, and so what we have agreed is that Mr. Sibanyoni will address his witness statement today. The questioning will really be just to amplify and elaborate on certain statements that he makes, but won't be intrusive questioning. And then he will be postponed at the end of the day. Mr. Abrams and I had chatted about a postponement to, now I've lost my date, I think it was 21st of September. That certainly suits the evidence leaders and Mr. Abram, and obviously the postponement is in the hands of the Commission, but from our sides, both of our sides, it is agreed.
Yes, but let's please remind us right at the end to postpone at that stage.
Indeed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sibanyoni, please place your full names on record.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Johannes Matota Sibanyoni.
Will you be swearing or affirming?
I'm sorry?
Will you be swearing or affirming?
Swearing.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Sibanyoni.
Top of the morning.
Mr. Sibanyoni, you have given us a very lengthy statement. I understand from Mr. Abrams that there are a number of issues that you would just like to correct in that statement before I ask you to confirm it. So can you take me through anything that you want to correct or change in the statement before I ask you to confirm it?
Thank you so much. The first one will be in paragraph 150, where it says...
Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, can you give us a page number as well so that we can just get there quicker?
with me here. I've just jotted down in terms of paragraphs.
No problem. I've got to page 52.
Yeah, in that one, what I wanted to clarify was me first meeting General Mkhwanazi. That was in the year 2020.
2020.
Correct.
Thank you. And the rest of that paragraph remains unchanged.
Yes.
It's just the date. Anything else?
Mr. Chairperson, if you look at paragraph 151, would that then not require an amendment as well?
Paragraph 151.
In the first
one?
line,
Assassination attempt.
you say, so 151, the context and purpose, you say the meeting took place in the period following the death of Mr. Msibi in 2024.
Yes.
And
That's
yet-
the second one. That one is correct.
Okay.
So that would be a second meeting with
That would be
the
a second
Lieutenant
meeting.
General. Then can we also change in paragraph 150, because the first sentence says I met Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi on a single occasion.
Yes.
So you met twice.
Yes, but twice.
So do we delete on a single occasion?
No, we changed the first one. That says, that's paragraph 150. The first time I met him was in 2020.
This is still confused.
So it should read, I met Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi for the first time
Sure.
around April 2020.
Correct.
Okay.
And then 151 would be the second, or would it be the last encounter? Did you meet him between 2020 and 2024?
Yes.
So 2024 referred to in 151 would be the last time you met him.
Correct.
So must we say a second meeting took place?
Anything else to correct, Mr. Sibanyoni?
Then we go to paragraph 220. That is page 75.
And the correction?
The correction is, please remove the first sentence at all. Which means we're going to start from in the period following.
Noted.
Then the third one will be 221, paragraph 221. We replace the name of Sindane with President Apna Tsebe.
Sorry, please repeat the name.
Apna Tsebe.
Tsebe.
Correct.
Tsebe.
Yes.
Okay.
And we replace that twice in that paragraph.
Correct, yes.
And is there anything else? Or is it,
No, thanks.
thank you.
I think, with your leave, Chairperson, I think there's one more paragraph, paragraph 225. In the first line, the name Sandani also needs to be redacted and substituted with the name Tsebe.
Do you agree, Mr. Thank you.
What do we then do with 226, the second sentence? Does it remain?
Thank you for asking that, Commissioner. It does indeed remain. It has no bearing on the previous paragraph. In fact, it's a direct response to the main question.
You said that was all, Mr. Sibanyoni.
Correct.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson?
Then, Mr. Sibanyoni, can I ask you to go to paragraph 82 and just confirm that that's your signature at the end of the statement? Sorry, page 82, not paragraph 82.
Oh, okay. Yes, it is.
And subject to the corrections that you've just asked us to make, can you confirm that what you say in the statement is correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, your legal representatives have discussed with me the section of your statement from pages 1 to 15 that deals with the correspondence between yourself and the Commission and your reservation of rights that is recorded there. And by agreement with your legal representatives, I'm going to note your reservation of rights is recorded there, but we're going to start leading your evidence from page 15, which is where you speak to your personal background and professional life. And can I ask you then the first section that you speak to is your personal background and professional life, and maybe if I can ask you to read paragraph 23, which describes where you come from, and
Page 15.
page 15, paragraph 23.
Aren't we flighting? Thank you. Thank you. But please do not read the address into the record.
Okay.
Perhaps you may just mention the district. I don't think there's a problem with that. Thank you.
Can I start, Commissioner?
Please do. And in fact, if you could just keep reading, I have nothing that I want to probe or clarify beyond, from paragraphs 23 to 32. So if you'd like to read everything into the record, please do. If you'd just like to highlight particular parts of your background and your how you describe yourself and why you're here, feel free. You can read everything or as much or as little as you want.
Okay, thank you. I was born in Katlehong, Germiston, raised in Kwaggafontein, in the Nkangala district, Tembisile Hani local municipality in Mpumalanga, which has been my parental home since the age of 5 years old, and which I regard as my community of origin. I've lived and worked in the Tshwane region for the past 25 years. I also maintain my parental home at Nkangala district, where I have built properties for each of my 3 wives. My roots in both Mpumalanga and Tshwane are deep, and my ties to both communities enduring. I'm a businessman and have so been for the past 42 years. My primary business interests encompass the minibus taxi industry and related services, property investment and development, community development. Specifically, I am the president of the South African Local and Long Distance Taxi and Bus Organization, abbreviated as SARBO. I'm a director of MJS and Sons Transport, a taxi business operating as a sole proprietor which owns and operates in excess of 80 taxis. I employ approximately 250 people across my business activities. I'm a director of Santaco Trading Property Ltd, trading as Taxi Choice, a specialized service partner of the South African National Taxi Council designed to formalize, secure, and streamline the taxi industry. I'm a director of the Taxi Recapitalization South Africa Pty Ltd, abbreviated as TRSA. I am the president of the Joe Sibanyoni Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to empowering marginalized communities addressing economic inequalities. I'm a director of Premiscan Pty Ltd. I hold property interest in the Tshwane region. I've built this business interest over more than 42 years through legitimate commercial activity. I'm proud of the business career I've built. I have at all times endeavored to conduct my affairs in accordance with the law. Before proceeding to address the substantive matters posed by the Commission, I consider it both necessary and appropriate to place on record who I am as a human being.
Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, you should please read the headings as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. My apology.
No problem.
Okay, we're back into A3. The man before this commission, faith, humanity, and personal identity. Before proceeding to address the substantive matters posed by the commission, I consider it both necessary and appropriate to place on record who I am as a human being. I do not appear before this commission as a name in file, a reference in an intelligence report or subject to a dossier. I appear as a full human being, a man of faith, a husband, a father, a son, a businessman, a community leader, and a survivor. I set this out not as sentiment, but as context that the Commission must bring to its assessment of everything that follows. A man of deep and abiding faith. I'm a man of deep and abiding Christian faith. I've worked with God throughout my adult life, and my faith has been the bedrock of my endurance through circumstances of extraordinary personal danger and institutional failure. I do not regard my survival of 2 assassination attempts as mere fortune. I regard it as providence. This faith is not peripheral to who I am. It is constitutive of it. It shapes the way I conduct my affairs, the way I treat people, and the way I approach this commission. Roman figure number 2, husband, father, and son. Equally important, I'm a husband and the father of my children. I've built a family and discharged my seriousness and care my responsibilities as a husband, as a father, and a provider. I've also honored my obligations as a son to my family of origin. The violence and the persecution to which I've been subjected over many years has not been suffered by me alone. It has been borne by my entire family. We have lived for the years in the shade of threats that I've endured at extraordinary personal cost to shield them from. When gunmen opened fire upon me in 2006 and again in 2020, it was not merely a man they shot, it was a husband and a father. I know and understand the temptation to simply regard one as a mere statistic in an industry riddled with violence and simply contend that what must follow is violence that is no obvious. To do this will be a regrettable stance. Those who are compelled to appear before the Commission of Inquiry carry with them their families, their histories, and the human weight of everything that has been done to them, including the very after effects of life after Madlanga, with which this commission must be acutely aware. The effect should not in the end be exacerbated exposure to danger and the multiplicity of attempts on one's life. The Commission must treat these issues with sensitivity they deserve, considering the actual circumstances that one and one family is likely to face after this. Roman figure 3, community leader and employer. Beyond my role in the taxi industry, I add that I'm a substantial employer of approximately 250 persons across my various businesses activities. A community leader and the founder and president of the Joe Sibanyoni Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to empowering marginalized communities and addressing economic inequalities. I've invested in the communities of which I operate with sustained commitment and personal conviction. The destruction of my industry standing and the ongoing threat to my life and liberty are not abstractions. They have direct and human consequences for the men and women who depend on me for their livelihood, and for the communities that have benefited from my commitment to development and upliftment. From figure 4, a survivor twice over. I have survived 2 deliberate attempts on my life in and around 2006 and on the 10th of August 2026, each time by the grace of God. 2022, sorry. Each time by the grace of God, I have returned to my family, to my faith, and to my community. The first time, the state failed to deliver justice for the attempt. As I address more fully in Part B, the perpetrators of the 2022 attempt were likewise not brought to justice for approximately 3 years. I have not been broken by these events. I have not sought private retribution. I have cooperated with every legitimate authority that has engaged me. That is not the posture of a criminal. It is a posture of a law-abiding citizen who has faith that the justice system, imperfect as it has been, will ultimately prevail. On figure 5, why I'm here. I am before this commission because, despite very clear and ambiguous willingness to assist the commission, I'm compelled to appear simply because could not be provided with the context and information that gave the rise to the Regulation 10.6 notice being issued to me. A subpoena was served upon me, and I appear under the legal obligations it creates. I do not minimize the obligation nor the Commission's authority to enforce it, but I appear not only as a compelled witness, I appear as a South African citizen who believes in constitutional democracy, who has tried over more than 40 years to build something of genuine value in this country, and who deserve, as every citizen to this republic deserves, the full protection of the law and the accountability of those who exercise state powers in his name. I appear with a sincere and deeply felt hope that this commission will be different from the institutions that have failed me before it. A5. The industry in which I feel...
Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, if I can interrupt at this stage. From A5, you speak about the taxi industry as a context for a lot of the things that you're going to be speaking to in your statement.
Correct.
And I must say, from my side, I found what you had to say there incredibly informative and very, very helpful. For the purposes of going through it, I'm going to ask you to pick up, we're going to deal at length with the Shongwe Commission because you do at a later stage in your statement. So maybe on this section, if I could ask you to start at paragraph 35. And if there's anything, I mean, you don't say anything in 34 that you won't come back to in considerable detail later when we address the Shongwe Commission specifically. So, and unless you would like to nonetheless to repeat 34 and 33, I would ask you to skip to 35.
Okay, should I start at 34, paragraph 91? That's what you said?
No, page 20, paragraph 35. Where you speak to the...
Just a minute, Mr. Chair. I'm just checking if my colleagues do have annexures I and J. I don't.
No, and in fact, that was an issue I should have raised up front.
Yes.
Annexures I and J are on, we haven't been provided with annexures I and J yet because Mr. Sibanyoni and his legal team have been unable to obtain them.
Oh.
But they are trying to source them from the two previous commissions.
Oh, right.
And when they're made available, we will they'll be forwarded on to us. Sorry, that was something I should have flagged right.
All right. No, thank you.
We did confirm that, Chairperson. We have engaged the former secretary of the Shongwe Commission, as well as the author of the other commission that we made reference to,
Yes.
to obtain the relevant documents that we've committed to providing.
Mm-hmm.
We have engaged some challenges in that regard, but we are working around the clock to retrieve the relevant documents and make them available to this commission.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked to continue from paragraph 38, Mr. Sibanyoni.
35, Chair. 35.
In my head, I had 35.
The historical origins, the apartheid exclusion, and the emergence of taxi wars. The violence that characterizes the contemporary minibus taxi industry is not a recent aberration. It is a product of a long historical trajectory rooted in apartheid exclusion under the Motor Carrier Transport Act of 1930. Only a limited number of licenses were issued, and over 90% of the taxi applications by Black or African operators were rejected. The practical effect was to ban Black South Africans from meaningful participation in the formal transport economy. The industry that emerged under these conditions operated outside the formal regulatory framework out of sheer economic necessity and as an act of economic resistance and survival. The seeds of later conflict arising from issues such as contested routes, informal association structures, the absence of law dispute resolution mechanism, and the reliance on private enforcement were planted in this era of systematic exclusion. Paragraph 36. The Welgemoed Commission of 1981 limited its mandate to buses rather than minibus taxis, leaving the minibus operators without institutional support. Its recommendations contributed to the Transport Deregulation Act of 1988, as documented by the Shongwe Commission, drawing on research by Londega Princess Ngubane of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The regulation led to an increase from approximately 3,752 taxis to approximately 39,604 taxis within a period of only 3 years. That nearly 11-fold expansion, in the absence of a coherent regulatory architecture, route planning capacity, or institutional support, created the conditions for intense and immediate competition over the routes and passengers. Paragraph 37. The competitions for routes became fierce and violent almost immediately. The late 1980s and 1990s saw the emergence of what Jackie Dugard of the Center of Study of Violence and Reconciliation characterized as a transition from low-intensity war to mafia war. Taxi violence in South Africa between 1987 and 2000. What began as a low-intensity conflict over economic territory escalated into organized lethal violence involving hired gunmen, association-level mobilization, and the systematic targeting of rival operators. The advent of democracy in 1994 did not eliminate these structural problems. The National Taxi Task Team, established on the 18th March 1995 as a ministerial committee, and the enactment of the Gauteng Minibus Taxi Type Service Act 11 of 1997 were genuine interventions. A memorandum of understanding was concluded between government and industry, and Santaco ultimately emerged as the preeminent national representative body. Yet structural economic conflicts over routes, association members and territorial dominance were not resolved by the political transition. Route wars, assassinations and uncounted money collections continued unabated. The structural drivers of violence. Now we are in 39.
Again, if I can just interrupt you, at this point I'm going to essentially ask you paragraph by paragraph to amplify parts of what you're saying there. So maybe if you get to the end of paragraph 40, then I'll just ask a couple of questions just to understand better what you're referring to there. Same with 41 and onwards.
Okay. The Shonga Commission, the 39. The Shonga Commission found that the business model of the minibus taxi type service industry contains within the structural preconditions for violence. These drivers have not been documented consistently across multiple inquiries spanning more than two decades.
Have been, you said have not been.
Yes, have been documented consistently.
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Number 40, route wars constitute the fundamental economic driver. Control of a route means control of income. Associations operate as a de facto gatekeepers of economic participation. The provincial regulatory entity, which we normally call PRI, requires applicants to produce associations' letters of recommendation. Despite this not being a legal requirement, thereby empowering associations to exclude non-members and control who operate and on which routes.
So if I can come in here, can you tell us practically what that means? And let me give you an example. Assume I decide to give up law and I want to get into the taxi business, and I want to run a taxi on a particular route. Say one from your ancestral home in Kwaggafontein to Tshwane. How do I do that? Who do I speak to? Who will control whether I can do that? What do I need to do?
You firstly write a formal letter to the chairperson of that particular association. In two instances, whether you would like to have a meeting with them or you go straight to the matter. Then once they allow you to participate in the meeting, you'll be easily asking them what is it that you are here, which is to conduct business with them. Then for the mere fact that you don't have a permit, if they accept you with all their conditions, they will write a letter to the Department of Transport, to this board of which is named PRI, for that this application must be approved. Then after application has been approved, it is then that you will go to purchase a vehicle. Then after purchasing a vehicle, the permit will be attached to that vehicle. Then you start operating.
So there's one association that would be operating on that particular route, and that's the association that I would have to go to.
Yes, yeah.
You don't have competing associations on...
No, currently we don't have. It used to be.
And since how long, and is this one association, one route, a principle across the industry now, or is it sort of patchy across the country?
It differs with associations, okay. Yeah.
And so I go to the association first.
Yes, you write a letter to the association.
They hopefully give me an audience, and I explain what I want to do, why I want to do it.
Sure.
They then assist me to apply to the department to get a permit.
Yes.
And the permit will be for that specific route, which is the route controlled by that association.
Correct.
And I have to become a member of the association before they'll write me before they'll support my application.
Correct.
And membership of the association comes with what rights and obligations?
The joining fee is there, which forms the backbone. because it has a receipt.
And then are there sort of like monthly association dues that you pay as a member of the association, or is it just the joining fee?
No, there is that, but it differs with association to association.
And you say in 40 that de facto, the pre says won't look at your application for a permit unless it comes supported by an association, but that you say is not a legal requirement.
Yes.
So in effect, what's happened now is that the associations have, although it's not a legal requirement, in practice, the associations control your right to operate lawfully on a particular route.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sorry, before you move on, this process, this approval process, association and pre, is it a once-off approval process that entitles you to then introduce other vehicles, or with each vehicle, taxi that you want to introduce, you have to undergo the same process?
No, not at all. It's a once-off payment. Then as they accept you, you'll be getting some rules and regulations, because it differs from one association to another. In line that some associations, they operate with 10 taxis, you'll be given that latitude.
Okay.
Some others, 1 or 2, there it goes.
Thank you.
Can I then ask you to go to paragraph 41 where you talk about bucket money? And again, I'm going to ask you to possibly expand at the end of it.
The practice known as imali yepakete, i.e. bucket money, involves the daily or the weekly collection of unaccounted funds from drivers by associations executives. The Commission found that associations have become a law unto themselves through this practice, that money is not properly accounted for and is used as is used at the discretion of executives to fund security companies and payments of hired gunmen. A related practice, imali sogisi, stock money, involves drivers being given a daily target and paying themselves only after that target is met, incentivizing reckless conduct and route encroachment.
So again, just to clarify, you've got three different sets of players here. You've got the association.
Yes.
You've got the owner, who will employ some drivers, and then you have the drivers.
Correct.
Now, the owner will be paying the association an entry fee and will probably be paying monthly fees as well that are formal fees in terms of the association rules.
Yes.
But of course, the owner's not physically present at the taxi rank or at every taxi rank. His drivers are the ones who are in the vehicles at the ranks. Now, as I understand what you're saying, bucket money is when representatives of the association, or at any rate of the association executive members, go to the ranks and say to the drivers, you've got to put money in the bucket. Is that correct?
It's called bucket money, not just like you've got your literal bucket.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
it's called like that.
Maybe it started out that way.
Yeah, not that, but it's called like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they come and say, okay, where's the bucket money? And will they say, is it like a flat rate? Is it a percentage? What are we talking?
It's just a flat rate.
So they'll go to a driver and say, I want 500 rands for you.
No, it can't be like that.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's a flat rate.
It's a
just
flat rate.
Yeah.
And everyone pays the same.
Everyone pays the same.
And that money is just, according to what you say, there is, presumably it's paid in cash.
Yes.
And then it is a sort of slush fund that the executives of the association can use as they want.
Yes.
You talk about some of it being used to hire hitmen.
Yes.
You talk, is some of it just appropriated by the executives and just kept for their own cash, or are there certain informal rules relating to bucket money?
There are no rules to be precise, but this is what is happening. And I must put it on record that yes, we normally see those kind of actions. Hence, as leadership, we appreciate that this is not the only way to go. We've got very formal ways where we can address this thing, because these are the things that are leading towards violence in the industry.
Chairperson, so before my learned friend proceeds any further, we're not objecting, but we just want to place on record the greater portion of these paragraphs that Mr. Sibanyoni speaks to are findings of a commission of inquiry. So it's not it's not Mr. Sibanyoni's personal findings or his personal views. He's recording findings of a commission who heard the evidence of numerous people, even people in camera. So we must be careful to attribute the contents of these paragraphs to Mr. Sibanyoni's own knowledge. I would just like the Commission to reflect on that. And also, my learned friend, just to be mindful of the questions posed to Mr. Sibanyoni and his ability to respond to some of these questions, because he certainly would not be able to respond to all of them simply on the basis that these were findings of a Commission of Inquiry and not his personal assessment or views or findings or position.
I don't think it's as easy as all that because Mr. Sibanyoni is a player in the industry, so I would imagine he knows some of these facts personally. Where Mr. Sibanyoni, where you are not able to respond to the facts in accordance to what you know personally, you may simply tell us so.
Okay.
And you may say, yes, I'm aware that this is what the Shongwe Commission found, but personally I know nothing about that.
Chairperson,
yes.
We're satisfied with the position taken by the Commission, and we're happy if you proceed.
Yes. He's been a player for over 42 years.
We accept that, Chairperson, and we don't take issue with it. We know the role that he played, and we're here to assist the Commission.
No, we understand.
Sibanyoni is here to take the Commission into confidence, to take the country into confidence, and to assist as best as he possibly is able to.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Thanks, Chair. So Mr. Sibanyoni, we've talked about bucket money. SOC money, as I understand it, is about the relationship between owners and drivers. That the owners employ a driver. They say your target is so much per day.
Yes.
I expect to get, 1,000 rands from you today, every day. If you manage to do more than 1,000 rands, well, then you can keep what you do more than 1,000 rands, but every day you must pay me 1,000 rands. Yeah. And the SOC money is what the drivers keep over and above.
Let me just add on it and explain it further. It comes in two folds. If you put a target on a driver of 1,000 rand, then on that particular day he comes to you and give you 800 rand. Then there will be a sort of an argument as to where is this other money. Then he will tell you all this type of stories. We didn't make it today. I had a breakdown there by the road. Then you start searching him. As you're searching, you'll find other money inside the socks. Hence the socks money. Yes. Because he knows you can even go to an extent of searching the car. But you start with him as he's here. Then when you search him, that money in most instances used to be inside their socks. Thank you.
The driver does not make his target on any particular day. Is that the money he owes the owner for the next day, or
not
are
really
they settled for the day?
Yeah, not
doesn't
really
carry over to the next day?
Yeah, sometimes in, sometimes out, but not really.
And does the driver, if the driver makes over and above the target, is that for the driver?
Yeah, that's for the driver.
Then moving to paragraph 42, if you could read that finding of the Shongwe Commission.
Number 42. Incumbent associations executives resist vacating positions even after being voted out because of the financial flows they control. Some executive members hold neither vehicles nor operating licenses, yet occupy leadership through unscrupulous means. When internal conflicts escalate, concerned groups or splinter associations emerge, each generating new root dispute and further violence. Associations deploy squad cars to monitor routes and enforce their decisions, including unlawful money collection. Illegal operators enter routes through intimidation or through corrupt executive complicity. Personal jealousy of members who grew their business fleets, cultural and tribal dynamics insisting on exclusive group control, and political interference during elections have all been documented as an additional driver.
So again here, this is a summary of a finding from the Shongwe Commission. Is there anything you would amplify there? Anything from your own experience that you think would help us?
No, with this one, nothing at all.
Can you continue there?
Number 43, these structural drivers operate in combination. They create an environment in which violence is not an aberration, but a forcible and recurring feature of economic competition. They also create an environment in which senior industry leaders, precisely because they occupy positions of influence within associations and representatives bodies, are themselves primary targets of that violence. The Primary Commission of Inquiry, a chronicle of attempted solutions. The Shongwe Commission was not the first inquiry into taxi violence. It was the latest in succession of commissions that correctly identified structural causes, made recommendations, and largely failed to produce lasting change. Number 45, in February 1999, the Nkosi Thomas Commission was established in Gauteng by the then MEC Kabisi Musunkutu, chaired by Advocate Lindi Nkosi Thomas. Its final report was never publicly released because naming witnesses would have placed them in mortal danger. The suppression of that report is itself evidence of the depth of the security crisis surrounding any attempt to investigate taxi violence through public processes, a pattern of witness of vulnerability that persisted for decades and that the Shongwe Commission would later address through extensive in-camera hearings. Number 46, in May 2000, a commission was established in KwaZulu-Natal. Its provincial significance is compounded by the fact that KwaZulu-Natal was subsequently identified by the Shongwe Commission as a primary source of hired gunmen deployed into Gauteng taxi conflicts, a finding that speaks to the cross-provincial structures character of the violence. Number 47, in 2005, the Western Cape Commission identified corrupt activities within the Western Cape Operating License Board as a central cause of conflict and recommended a semi-permanent dispute resolution body. That recommendation had still not been implemented when the Shongwe Commission reported in 2021, 15 years later. The Shongwe Commission itself made the same recommendation. The recurrence of the same prescription across commissions separated by more than a decade is itself evidence of a systematic non-implementation. Number 48, at the inception of the Shongwe Commission in November 2019, Justice Shongwe stated that he was not aware of any prior commission into the taxi violence in Gauteng that have produced a final official report. The industry has not suffered from a shortage of diagnosis, it has suffered from a shortage of implementation.
Can I stop you there? Do you have any theories as to why there's been no implementation? Where have the stumbling blocks been?
You specifically in this Shongwe Commission or
across the board, you're saying there is a decade of systematic non-implementation of recommendations. Do you have a sense of why that is the case? If not, you don't, just say no.
Yeah, from my side, all I know in the Gauteng Commission that I was part of, giving evidence at the time as to matters of taxi-related conflict, I personally gave evidence there relating as to what is it that I see happening. But what happened when we were about to come to finality of that? Ultimately, what we found, it was on the day, it was supposed to be on a Monday, then we found a message that the commission has been disbanded. There's not enough money. So I'm explaining this because I was there personally trying to give guidance or advising the commission at the time. But as for any others, I will never be sure as to what happens to those.
And when you speak to the Gauteng Commission, you're talking about the Nkosi Thomas Commission?
Yes.
Perhaps there's an important aspect that Mrs. Sibanyoni may want to touch on, because a particular witness was scheduled to testify that Monday. And then the commission was told there was no money that's available. Hence, the work of the commission has come to its conclusion. And perhaps maybe the commission just needs to seek clarification from Mr. Sibanyoni as to which witness was scheduled to testify on that Monday.
Thank you.
Please respond to that.
Yes, I'm responding to that.
Yes, thank you.
On that particular Monday, unfortunately, Mr. Jotamsi was the one who was supposed to come and testify. So all eyes and our ears were glued to hear his testimony. Because in his affidavit, when he replied, it was said he was no more a taxi owner, he was in the business of construction. So we were all eager to understand as to what the commission is going to ask him about that, because he has licenses and all of those things. But unfortunately, a word came from above. The commission has got no money anymore. Then we were frustrated, all of us, after that.
And that affidavit presumably was submitted to the commission?
Was submitted to the commission, yes.
Mr. Sibanyoni, so where you say about that commission, the Nkosi Thomas Commission, you say its final report was never publicly released. In the light of what you've just said now, do you know for a fact that a final report was submitted?
No, it was not.
There was never a report?
Yeah, it was never a report.
Okay, thank you.
And perhaps for the benefit of the commission, we are embarking on all endeavors to try and retrieve the affidavit that Mr. Sibanyoni had made before that commission and the documents that are annexed thereto. As we intimated earlier on, we have met with some challenges. We've also engaged with counsel that represented Mr. Sibanyoni before the commission, and of course, as well as the evidence leader. And I just think we need a bit more time, to lay our hands on the relevant documents. Some people have already conceded that they have drafts available, but, we don't want to submit draft and unsigned documents. So we're trying to lay our hands on the actual signed documents. But we'll engage with the evidence leader.
Let's hope the postponement will afford you sufficient time.
Thank you, Chairperson. But we'll engage with Mr. Chaskelson on these issues.
Thank you. Mr. Sibanyoni, you then moved to discuss the Shongwe Commission in quite a lot of detail. And you discuss the immediate factual context in paragraph 50. And you talk about 12 people being shot and killed in Gauteng in connection with taxi violence during November, December 2019 alone. Do you have any more detail in relation to those killings? Were they related to specific fights between specific associations, or do you not have that detail?
We're in number 50.
Paragraph 50, yes.
Can I read it loud so that I familiarize myself? Yeah. The immediate factual context was stark. More than 12 people were shot and killed in Gauteng in connection with the taxi violence during November and December 29 alone. The immediate context for the commission's establishment. What I can explain in this paragraph is, for the mere fact that I met the leadership of the industry, I'll pick it up when somebody has been shot at. So from different levels of associations across South Africa. So in this particular instance, all I was trying to explain was the number of people that they're on records and hearing that certain particular individual in Western Cape, in Gauteng, Soweto, something like that had happened. But for me in particular, to mention that in 2019, what I know about 1 or 2 members that have been killed that are maybe close to me, no.
Thank you. And then if you can pick up at paragraphs 51 and 52.
51. The Commission set approximately 14 months encompassing 113 sittings at the MON Conference Center in Parktown, Johannesburg. It heard evidence from 127 witnesses. 59 gave oral evidence, 43 gave written evidence, and 25 gave evidence in camera. The Commission submitted its final report to Premier Makuro on or about 31 January 2021. The scale of participation underscores both the breadth of the problem and the willingness of industry participants, regulatory and victims to engage with process that offered the prospects, however, often disappointed in the past of structural reform. Number 52, the in-camera evidence category is itself a measure of a dangerous environment in which witnesses and industry participants operate. 25 of the 127 witnesses' identities were withheld during the public proceedings, given the proven risk of reprisal to those who speak openly about the taxi violence. The key structural findings, the scale of the crisis. Number 53, the quantitative evidence before the Commission underscores the scale of the crisis. At the time of the Commission's report, there were 505 open case dockets relating to taxi violence. A substantial number could not be located to the taxi violence task team. Each detective carried an overwhelming caseload of ongoing investigations while new cases arrived daily. It was estimated that well over 50% of taxi vehicles in Gauteng were operating without operating license. Well over 100,000 minibus taxis operate in Gauteng legally and illegally, policed by a GTP public transport unit of only 350 dedicated officers within a broader staff complement of 600.
So if I can stop you there, would you agree that the capacity of the Gauteng Traffic Police Public Transport Unit to essentially police the taxi industry was just horribly, it was horribly undercapacitated?
Yes.
Has that changed?
Come again?
Has it changed?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. All I can add up as to whether it has changed or not changed. As we speak, under my leadership within the taxi departments, no more a lot of taxi violence is happening.
Sorry.
What I'm trying to say, before they were undercapacitated, there were less number of police officers who were dealing with the taxi violence. But all I can say now, due to the decrease of taxi violence, I don't see this number is less now. It's equals to the task. Because the way that we're spreading in all officials' meetings, it's about peace, no more gun violence.
And what period are you talking about when you speak of the decrease of taxi violence?
2020 till today. From 2020 till now.
And your sense is that there's been a significant reduction in violence in the industry?
Correct.
If you can then continue to 50, sorry,
54.
Did you want to add something? No. If you can continue to 54.
Number 54, the PRI was found to have failed to operate lawfully and independently. It requires association letters of recommendation as a de facto condition for operating license applications. Despite this not being legally required, it does not appropriately vet applicants for criminal records. It does not monitor compliance after issuing licenses. And most PRI functions are exercised by the GDRT officials who are not PRI employees and do not report to it. The operating license administration system called OLAS and the registration administration system called RAS were found to be outdated, designed for the National Land Transport Transition Act not the NLTA. Slow and vulnerable to fraudulent manipulation, with fraudulent entries found to occur on Sundays and evenings when no one should have been accessing the system. Number 55, fraudulent route allocations was also documented. The Africa Mall route was registered to 2 associations, with one apparently having occupied irregularly through the assistance of certain GDRT employees. Violence followed. Cases remained unresolved years later, and those responsible were likely still employed at the GDRT. The Inkabi phenomenon.
Before we deal with Inkabi, or is Inkabi, what you've described here as Shongwe Commission recommendations, do they still reflect the status quo today? Has that changed?
Not yet.
It hasn't changed yet.
It hasn't yet changed.
Because, I mean, it seems to me that what's being described is, at the very least, criminal syndicates operating within the taxi industry and infiltrating government, if not law enforcement agencies.
Correct. The Izinkabi phenomenon, the Shongwe Commission's findings, number 56, among the most significant findings of the Shongwe Commission and of direct relevance to any question before this commission employing the term Izinkabi, is a documented phenomenon of hired assassins in tax-related violence. I address the specific question raised in notice paragraph 2.17 fully in part Q of this statement. I set out here the structural and factual background established by the commission.
If I can just clarify, you're talking, when you refer to the commission there, it's the Shongwe Commission.
Yes, yeah. The commission found that of those killed in tax-related violence in Gauteng, 100% were shot with high-caliber rifles, as well as small firearms. Some of those high-caliber weapons were of the kind issued to state agencies such as the South African National Defence Force and the South African Police Service. Typical assassinations involved the use of firearms by hired gunmen known widely as Izinkabi.
Can I ask again? Can you just explain that first sentence? And I appreciate you're reporting a finding of the Shongwe Commission, but do you understand that finding to mean that in every case of taxi violence, a high caliber rifle is used? That no Izinkabi team will go out without an AK-47 or an R4 or some high caliber rifle like that? Is that what is being said in that first sentence?
Yes.
Thank you.
Number 58, Izinkabi are hired specialists in contact killing, brought in specifically for targeted eliminations. They are typically recruited from other provinces. KwaZulu-Natal was prominently identified as a primary source. They are paid large sums of money to take out operators as directed by those hiring them. In some instances, payment takes the form not of money but of being allowed to operate on certain routes, a practice that itself generates further violence. Hiring is done both by individual operators acting alone and by groups. Some of the money used to pay Izinkabi is sourced from the bucket money system. Security companies from KwaZulu-Natal have been hired by associations to instill fear at the ranks and openly display high-caliber firearms without permission. Certain killing...
Sorry, again, can I stop you here? Because it seems to me if this is a feature of the industry, it means that within the industry, people know how to, who to speak to get hold of an Inkabi, or how to contact Izinkabi directly. You can't have a system of this nature without knowledge of the identities or the associates of the Izinkabi freely available. Is that a fair assumption?
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah.
So how does the system work?
It depends from one person to another. Some people, you'll find him being the boss of Izinkabi. Then you'll find Christians within the associations that has got no knowledge of Inkabi. So it differs from one person to another. It's not a common cause in the industry that everyone knows what Nkabi stands for and how to make connections with that. I can employ you today to
Your voice has dropped,
Okay.
Mr. Sibanyoni.
I can employ you today to be a member of my association. Obviously, so you know nothing about this Nkabi. All you are interested is for you just making money. That's it.
But if this, but there must be a substantial part of the industry
Like what?
that, well, I'm asking you, I don't know about the industry you do, but here we have a finding of the commission
Yes, yeah.
essentially saying that there is a systematic practice within at least large parts of this industry that people enforce control through violence and in particular through the use of izinkabi, which means there must be substantial sections of the industry that are at very least able to access izinkabi when they need them.
Also, it depends on the leadership at the time. If you've got a leader that is used to fight his battles through Nkabi, then that particular space within that particular time will be led by Nkabi through that particular leader. Not everyone. So if you've got a leader that has got no clue to deal with the Nkabis, then your association is at peace at all.
Well, we'll get to specific cases later when you talk to them. Maybe you can illustrate them.
Okay.
And if you can continue for now.
Number 59. Certain killings specifically target the hired assassins after the fact to eliminate evidence of who commissioned the killings. This cycle of assassination, counter-assassination, silencing of witnesses, and the hiring of new Izinkabi is a self-perpetuating and an extremely difficult to investigate. Number 60. The Commission also identified 10 specific violence hotspots in Gauteng, Johannesburg Central, Everton, GP, Tsakane, Moroka, Linasia South, Ivory Park, Oliven Woods, Posh, Alexander and Hillbrow, with Jamestown and Phosphorus additionally mentioned. Number 61.
Maybe if you can amplify here. When I look at these, I don't see areas that I associate with you.
Yes, yeah.
Your associations haven't
Not at
operated
all.
in any
Not
of
at all,
those.
yeah, not at all.
If you can continue then.
Number 61. Critically, the term Izinkabi does not carry a single fixed meaning in all contexts within the taxi industry. In its criminal connotation, the connotation in which this commission employs it in notice paragraph 2.17, Izinkabi refers to contract killers. However, within the internal lexicon and established culture of the South African taxi industry, the word Izinkabi is also widely used to refer to guards deployed at taxi rank, individuals who maintain order and security at the rank facilities, protecting drivers, commuters, and rank infrastructure. This dual usage is well understood by those who with experience of the industry. Any engagement with evidence employing the term must be attentive to this distinction. I address this fully in Part Q. Law enforcement failures, the Shongo Commission's findings, number 62. The Shongo Commission findings on law enforcement are among its most significant. They describe a structural pattern directly relevant to this Commission's terms of reference, which concern centrally the infiltration of an undue influence over institutions of the criminal justice system by criminal syndicates. Number 63. Section 13.d of the National Land Transport Act 5 of 2009 prohibits law enforcement officials and their immediate families from holding any direct financial or business interest in the public transport sector. The Commission found that this prohibition is widely violated. The leadership of both the Gauteng NTA and the leadership of Santaco confirmed before the Commission that it is widely known in the industry that some operators are proxies of law enforcement officers.
Can I stop you here? I mean, you're talking about a confirmation to the Shongwe Commission that some operators in the taxi industry are proxies for law enforcement operators. Are you aware of cases of this nature?
Yeah, I'm aware of such cases. Not particularly in my association, so to put it.
No, but just more broadly, because certainly the Commission would be interested in knowing which operators are serving as proxies for law enforcement officers.
Yeah.
Would you be able to assist us in that regard?
No, with that, I'm not 100% sure, because this is it's a known fact somewhere within the Tax Association that some are proxies. It's a known fact, but you need to be sure as to which associations and who exactly are those people. Then you'll find it in some of the conflicts. It will be, this matter will always stand up, that we are in this conflict because of this. But for the mere fact that you are not there local on that association, you can't pinpoint as to which officer for sure is a proxy to the taxi industry.
But is this information that you would be able, through your connections in the industry, to be able to assist us with? Could you?
No, unfortunately, that one I can't. It's not possible.
Okay, well,
because it's a man-to-man agreement. It's not easy to find it out.
all right. If you can continue.
Number 64. State-issued weapons of the type issued to the SANDF and SAPS were confiscated from suspects at the taxi violence crime scene. Planned operations were regularly leaked, with criminals avoiding arrest due to forewarning that could only have come from elements within law enforcement. Complaints were disclosed to the very people against whom they were laid, accompanied by the intimidation and threats to the complainants. The Joint Provincial Task Team Force, established in 2014 and considered effective by all role players, were testified, simply ceased to operate when certain agencies withdrew their members without any rational explanation being provided to the Commission.
Again, if I can stop you there, do you know which agencies are being referred to here? Which agencies withdrew from the Joint Provincial Taxi Task Force?
Come again?
Which agencies withdrew from the Joint Provincial Taxi Task Force?
No, with this one, for me, I don't know anything here. Yeah. Can I continue?
Please do.
Number 65, investigative quality was found to be deficient throughout. Crime scenes not properly secured, witnesses not interviewed while evidence was fresh, exhibits not collected or recorded, CCTV footage not gathered timeously, ballistic links to other provinces not followed up, cell phone data not effectively utilized, crime intelligence absence from operations. SAPS management accepted all these findings unreservedly and without dispute. Some law enforcement officers were found to accept bribes from the errant operators as a matter of norm, to the point where taxi drivers budgeted for corrupt encounters. Officers of the GTP Public Transport Unit are bribed at higher rates than others because they continue a vehicle from operating. They discontinue a vehicle from operating. Extortion is also practiced. Both parties to these corrupt exchanges have become brazen that they no longer conceal them. Number 66. These findings...
Just before Mr. Sibanyoni continues, the question posed by Mr. Chaskelson in respect of paragraph 64 in relation to the members that withdrew from the Joint Provincial Taxi Task Force. That information is in the report, and we have annexed the report. So we'll be able to extract the information from the report. I thought I'll just place it on record that it is there. We couldn't, of course, include everything, in Mr. Sibanyoni's affidavit to this commission.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams.
Number 66. These findings describe not isolated rogue individuals, but a systematic pattern of conflict of interest, proxy ownership, forewarning of operations, and the use of state-issued weapons in taxi violence. That pattern is a structural feature of an enforcement environment. It is directly relevant to the Commission's mandate and to the evidence that will be placed before it regarding relationship between industry participants and the law enforcement officials.
And these findings of the Shongwe Commission, are they consistent with your knowledge from your experience in the industry?
They are not 100%.
Which in particular would you take issue with?
Okay, can I repeat it again so that I just identified clearly to you? More especially at 65, like it has been like the report, as my advocate has already indicated to you, that it is in some of the annexes. Some of these things mentioned here, the late arrival of the police, the police not interviewing people on time, the CCTV footage not gathered terminously. Some of the things, much as the findings of the commission has indicated, are not the core thing to identify exactly the perpetrators of violence. Sometimes, for an example, you can see someone in a CCTV camera, but it's not easy to identify him. At some point, people got arrested based on the information from the CCTV camera just because of the stature. Yeah, just because of that, not exactly the same people. At some time, people seem to be the same, but don't you find that they are not the ones?
The broad picture described by the Commission is of criminal syndicates operating inside the taxi industry and infiltrating not just government agencies, but also law enforcement. Do you think that...
Like what?
Well, what is reported...
Yeah, hence I'm sorry about that. Hence I say not most of them. Some of them I can concur with them, some I will not concur with them. Why concur, why not concur? Is because I know my dealings. If I'm not involved with these particular things that have been mentioned here, then therefore I am particularly know nothing about that. It depends from one particular leader to another leader. How does he deal with this thing?
No, I'm not asking you to say that you are part of the syndicate. You've made clear several times in your statement that you deny that.
Yes.
But certainly the picture that is described is that within your industry, there are criminal syndicates operating.
Yes.
And that those syndicates are able to infiltrate partly the transport department and associated institutions, but also law enforcement institutions.
Yeah, I will concur with the Department of Transport, whereby you find that, as it has been mentioned already, that you find some routes, for example, the Midrand Mall, when it was mentioned that they issued 2 operating licenses from 2 different associations for one particular route. It tells you that there is an infiltration because permits were issued on a Sunday. It tells you that there is an infiltration. The system on its own.
And what is said about bribing law enforcement officers and the like in the Shongwe report, is that not something
you hear about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're in that space, you will hear about it. For an example, one will just post about it that with me, I've got a connection, you won't do anything about that. You'll hear someone talking about it, but you won't exactly mention as to who his connections are. But it is a pattern that happens.
Yes.
Yes.
But someone boasting about it is at least holding himself out to have infiltrated law enforcement. Let's continue on the recommendation.
The Shongwe Commission's recommendation number 67. The Commission's key recommendations submitted in January 2021 included the following. First, at number 68, first, structural reform, 1 township, 1 association. Associations to be rationalized so that there is only 1 association per town or township, limiting associations to their lawful mandate and removing them from operational matters. This model is already practiced successfully in the Free State. Number 69. Second, corporatization. Individual operators to be encouraged to hold their interests through corporate structures, reducing the incentive for targeted individual killings and creating conditions for proper accounting, taxation, and regulatory compliance. Number 70. Third, a dedicated, well-resourced permanent taxi violence unit within the SAPS tasked with concluding all 505 outstanding dockets through prosecution-driven multidisciplinary investigations led by a senior officer with detective experience with active crime intelligence participation. Number 71. Fourth, money laundering investigation capacity within the SAPS for taxi violence cases. Some incidents of violence were preceded by moments of monies often collected illegally from the taxis in the ranks, tracing the flow of pocket money, security company payments, and the payments to Izingabi is indispensable to investigation the commission of violence. Number 72. Fifth, innovative witness protection to encourage eyewitness participation, the current system being inadequate for the dangers facing witnesses in tax-related prosecutions. Number 73. Sixth, a complete overhaul of the OLAS and the RAS information system with integration into a NATIS and the Department of Home Affairs, elimination of all fraudulent routes registration and criminal charges for those responsible. Number 74. The complementation status of these recommendations more than 5 years after the report was submitted in January 21 remain a matter of deep personal concern of mine and moreover remains an ongoing public and institutional concern. The cycle of violence in the industry will not be broken until the structural prescriptions are meaningfully implemented.
Ms. Sibanyoni, please read the first sentence again, 74.
The implementation status of these recommendations, more than 5 years after the report was submitted in January 2021, remains a matter of deep personal concern of mine and moreover remains ongoing public and institutional concern. The cycle of violence in the industry will not be broken until the structural prescriptions are meaningfully implemented.
Mr. Sibanyoni, what is OLAS and RAS information systems that you referred to in paragraph 73?
And OLAS is the document that you found when you submit an application to the Department of Transport. Then that receipt that they give it to you, it's an OLAS. Then a RAS, it's a document that you get from the Department of Transport whereby all members of that particular association are written in that particular paper.
Thank you.
Just to assist Commissioner, OLA stands for Operating License Administration System, and RAS is the, I think, Registration Administration System. They are terms that appear earlier in the statement. My own engagement with the Shower Commission and its relevance. I recorded. Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, if we can just pause here. I'd like to deal with your engagement with the Shongwe Commission, but I'd like to do that once we've located Annexure J.
Oh, okay.
So maybe if you can move to paragraph 77 and pick up there.
Okay. It is submitted in the context of all that follows in this statement that the structural facts set out in this part are of foundational importance. A senior industry leader who has spent 4 decades in this environmental necessarily operates in daily proximity to its risk, its organizational dynamics, its conflicted enforcement landscape, and its violent fault lines. The mere fact of operating at the highest level of this industry cannot, without more, be construed as participation in criminality. The attribution of criminality to any individual must be assessed carefully against the full structural context this part has described. Number 38, I deny emphatically and absolutely that I am or have ever been a member of any criminal organization, the cartel, the syndicate, or grouping. I've never directed, financed, commissioned, or participated in any unlawful activity. I've never been tried or even convicted of any criminal offense. The Delmas charges are charges which I deny and I intend to contest fully so. Number 79, I'm known by the nickname of Joe Ferrari. I confirm this. This nickname arose originally from my lifestyle and personality over many years. It is a social nickname. It carries no criminal connotation whatsoever. Number 80. I note that Mr. Garrett Amnesty used the appellation number 1 in his commission testimony and alleged that it referred to me. I do not use that name or allies to refer to myself. Whether Mnisi or others use that term, in what context and with what meaning, it is a live factual issue that I deserve the right to address fully in a supplementary statement that after denying the complex transcript of this testimony, I deny that any such term, if used in reference to me, connotates any criminal role, leadership of any criminal organization, or any improper relation with any organ or state or official. B. Sibanyoni as a victim of organized crime, the assassination attempt. Number 81. I preface this part with a statement I regard as foundational to the Commission's understanding of my position long before this Commission was established, long before Regulation 10.6 notice was issued, and even before the attempt was made on my life on August 22. I was reporting to the Minister of Police, Minister Brigitte, about the criminal networks operating within the taxi industry, including the complexity of very senior SAPS officials in those networks. I was the person who sought the minister's attention, not the person being investigated for corruption. Simultaneously, I also sought the former acting National Commissioner General Mkhwana to assist with the very issues and raised under concern with Minister Atele. B1. The WhatsApp message to the Minister Brigitte dated 5 May 2022. Number 82. I ask the Commission to appreciate what follows not merely as factual background, but as constitutionally significant context long before this Commission was established, long before a subpoena was served upon me, and long before any allegation was made publicly against me. I was the person who walked towards the state rather than away from it. On May 5, 2022, approximately 3 months before the attempt of my life in August 22, I sent a WhatsApp message directly to the Honorable Minister of Police, Mr. Pegitel. I did so voluntarily, at obvious personal risk and without any compulsion whatsoever. The text of that message, which is attached to the statement as Annexure K, reads as follows. Honorable Minister Cela, I am Mr. Joe Sibanyoni, a well-known taxi owner in Pretoria. I'm quite certain that you are expecting my call as per info given to yourself, Minister. My fundamental reason is to seek your audience under this current situation the country finds itself in, the COVID-19. The taxi industry is in the verge of catastrophic disaster. I felt unattended even now during COVID-19. These current killings of Gauteng and the KZN taxi operators, which I personally know of, if it wasn't for COVID-19, Minister, the killings would have easily escalated beyond measure. I certainly request your audience as a matter of urgency to avert more killings of innocent members that will make the source of these killings be impossible to get. As I send you this message, Minister, be aware that service delivery around Greater Tshwane and surroundings is highly disturbed by the same cartel which I have solid facts on. Please, Minister, it is my belief as a leader in the taxi industry and a senior citizen of South Africa, it will be very irresponsible of me to keep this information. Minister, you are the relevant person to get the first-hand information from me. One of the very disturbing facts is that the very senior SAPS officials are in this cabal. As per your statement, Minister, the policeman cannot die with a gun in his hand. Therefore, the taxi industry cannot die when I have such valuable information. Your favorable response will be greatly appreciated.
Can I just stop you there? Because this is a very significant WhatsApp. And I'd just like you to amplify what you're saying here. Halfway through, you say, as I send you this message, Minister, be aware that the service delivery around Greater Tshwane and surroundings is highly disturbed by the same cartel, which I have solid facts on. What is this cartel that you are talking about? That's the first question. And how is it impacting on service delivery in Greater Tshwane?
My own understanding in terms of cartel, it was like a group of people doing some nasty dirty work around Tshwane and Gauteng, as I've mentioned already. So what was happening in the first place, I wanted to give the minister for him to give me an audience so that I can explain further how do I see this happening. And obviously during that time, I thought it was easy maybe to get hold of him based on the information, the way I've gathered it, or I've sent it to him. And a lot of people were dying around Tshwane, for an example, because I'm a citizen around here. So I'll have to know that people are dying there and there. Therefore, it was an obligation for me as a senior citizen here to give information to him.
Yes, but you speak specifically about a cartel that's involved here. And you'll later on say that very senior SAPS officials are in the cabal. I'm interested in who you're speaking about.
Yeah, I'll be direct in this particular instance. At that time, I had information that all this is happening because of the existence of the farm. So I took it that maybe the minister is not aware of that. But putting it to him directly so, and for him to give me audience so that I can give guidance as to where do I get this information or any assistance of that in a broader picture of this letter.
Again, we would like that information. I mean, what led you to believe that this cartel was a cartel based on the farm? On what basis? It's a very serious allegation you're making here, that the farm is controlling matters and service delivery in Tshwane is affected by the farm. What evidence did you have for that?
All I can say, the practical evidence one could never get, but the information from people that were reluctant to tell me was there. So talking to the minister for me, it was more relevant.
Can you please say more on the open quote, solid facts, close quote, that you told the minister you had?
Yeah.
That is about the cartel.
Yeah, cartel in this context, I take it that as a group of persons living in the farm were the ones that were driving this force. Not to say that this particular person, but being there. And from the information that I gathered from one of my friends who is deceased now, I was quite certain that this matter comes from them.
And your knowledge of senior SAPS officials involved in the cabal?
No, I heard about that. From the information that I gathered, one will be knowing exactly that police are more often than not being seen at the farm. And
individuals in particular?
No, not really.
And then no names were given to you?
Yeah, no names will be given.
So if General Cele had given you an audience, what would you have told him?
I was going to indicate to him, given the history of my taxi experience first, so that I take it into confidence as to what I'm going to talk about. To start with, it's something that is happening. So therefore, and indicate to him, maybe through his own intelligence, let him take this information and utilize it through his own intelligence. But the place will be clear that it doesn't originate from Cape Town or Durban. This thing originates from one particular place. Therefore, his job was going to be easy as all that. That was my understanding.
And when you refer to the farm, you're talking about Mr. Msibi's.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
But it seems to me, I mean, I must confess I was hoping that you would be able to give us a lot more detail than you just have. Because it seems to me from what you're saying now is that the only specific information that you had in relation to this was that a cartel organized around Mr. Msibi is infiltrating service delivery in Tswane and has access to senior SAPS officers. Did you have any more information than that?
No, not more information. It can be specific, direct to this particular person, or it was just a broader picture of what I've heard.
Because, I mean, what your WhatsApp speaks of is solid facts, first-hand information. What was the first-hand information you?
How do I understand it? You've got your colleague here next to you. I mean, if he talks to you as a brother, to start with, you've got no reason to underestimate his statements as to whatever he gives you, because you'll be interrogating him, then you'll be at the end of the day convinced that it is exactly these things happening. Okay, what do I do next after that? I approach the minister. That's an umbrella to this whole thing.
No, I understand that, but what I'm really concerned about is essentially the lack of detail in the information that you had. You had no more information than that Mr. Msibi is running a cartel out of his farm and infiltrating law enforcement and Tswane service delivery.
Yeah, 50-50 in a sense that the information was clear to me that whatever was happening was from the farm. The information was clear and I was convinced with that. Therefore, I need to take it to another level to assist. And it was good at the time if I was given an audience.
Just a moment, Mr. Chancellor. Ms. Sibanyoni, there's one or two things. Either you don't have those facts or you do have those facts, but you are reluctant to share them in a forum such as this. So I'm going to suggest that during tea time, you discuss with your legal representatives and reflect on whether you want to give them in a different way, either in an affidavit, or if you don't have those facts, then you don't have those facts. We move on.
Yeah, let me just say.
So I know that there are issues you raised about security and other things, and we must be sensitive to that. So, but these facts are important for us because they are relevant to the terms of reference of this commission. So I hope you reflect on that during tea. You can take advice from your legal representatives, and then we can move forward from there.
Noted, Commissioner.
Otherwise, the information is not solid at all.
Yeah.
That is what you've given us thus far. It is not solid facts at all.
Noted.
Let's take the adjournment and resume at 11:40. Let's adjourn.
1, 2. All right, we are ready to resume. It's 11:39. Please make sure that your cell phones are on silent, and in the public gallery, please switch them off. Can we have some order? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shaskaltsin.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sibanyoni, we had been talking about your text to then Minister Cele. We've been through that text. We've engaged with you on the issues that you raise, or on the text and indirectly on the issues you raise on 83.1 to 83.4. Maybe if you can pick up at page 32, paragraph 84.
Thank you.
Can we pick up at page 32, paragraph 84?
Okay. Should I continue? Okay.
Yes, please do.
Minister Cele did respond to me. He did so by telephone. The response was notable for its brevity and its remarkable nonchalance. He said the following in isiZulu: ufuna ngenzeni mina ngoba vele ngiyabulala namateksini. Translated with precision, the minister asked rhetorically what he was supposed to do when people in the taxi industry were killing one another.
So can I just stop you there? Your text does refer to killings of people in the taxi industry, but it also refers to a cabal that is controlling, or that is affecting service delivery around Tswane, and it refers to senior SAPS officials linked to that cabal. Was there any response that you received from Minister Cele beyond this flippant statement about the taxi industry?
Not at all.
Thank you. Can you continue?
The Commission must weigh carefully what this response reveals. The political head of the South African Police Service was informed by a named civilian that very senior SAPS officials were participating in the criminal cartel that was responsible for killings within the taxi industry. His response was not to convene an urgent meeting. It was not to initiate any inquiry. It was not even to ask a follow-up question. It was in effect a shrug. The Commission is respectfully invited to consider what that response communicates about the institutional environment that existed at the time and what it meant for a civilian who has taken a significant personal risk to report what he knew. I was not prepared to accept that dismissal. I specifically requested Minister Cele to convene a dedicated taxi indaba at the very least, as a structured forum for engagement on the issues. He rejected that proposal on the ground that no one would be willing to come forward with the facts except for me alone. I persisted. I attempted to persuade him that the interest of the industry and of the lives being lost within it warranted a more sustained institutional response. I failed. The political leader responsible for policing in this country was presented with intelligence about criminal conduct within a critical sector of the national transport network by a person who had risked his own safety to come forward and choose to take no action. That failure is not a peripheral detail. It is a documented and a significant failure of political leadership in the face of organized crime intelligence.
Again, can I stop you there? You talk about asking him to convene a dedicated taxi indaba. How and when did you make that request?
There's a matter of urgency.
No, but I mean,
When
you write to him,
he responded to me.
Is there any written record?
No. That's when he responded to me telephonically. Yes.
So that statement that you attribute to him was a telephonic statement.
Correct.
And in that conversation, you asked for the taxi endowment.
Correct. Yes.
And he said no. Please continue.
Approximately 3 months after sending that message to Minister Taylor in August 2022, gunmen opened fire on my vehicle. I was shot twice. I survived. I record this sequence with the precision it deserves and for a specific reason. I'm accurately aware that this commission may ask whether there is any connection between my reporting of criminal intelligence to Minister Taylor and the subsequent attempt of my life. I do not speculate on any casual link. I make no such allegation in this statement. I simply record the sequence with exactness and under oath because the sequence in the evidence I reported 3 months past I was shot. The commission may draw its own conclusion from the proximity of these events. I ask only that it note them. 87. After the attempt of my life, with no resolution in sight from the Minister of Police, I went to meet the Minister of Transport, the Honorable Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga. I did so in a capacity as a political principal of the department responsible for governing the taxi industry in which my life has been endangered. This meeting was in marked contrast to my engagement with Minister Taylor substantively fruitful. Minister Chikunga listened, she engaged with the information I provided about the state of the industry, the pattern of killings, and the institutional failures that had enabled them. Most significantly and most constitutionally troubling, the minister disclosed that she was aware that certain officials within the Department of Transport have divided allegiances and that some of these officials answered not to the department, but to the farm. That disclosure was solicited. It was volunteered by a cabinet minister about her own officials. The commission must understand the constitutional weight of that revelation. The cabinet minister responsible for governing a national significant transport sector was acknowledging in direct terms and that her own officials had been captured by a private individual operating from a private farm. This is not a footnote. It is a direct evidence of institutional capture at the highest level of department governance.
And can I ask, did the minister identify any particular people who were answering to the farm?
No, he didn't mention. He just mentioned bluntly so.
And when you say that you reported to the minister about the patterns of killings and the institutional failures that had enabled them, what institutional failures were you referring to?
The same, the minister that is serving it. I was giving that example because I was come from Minister Taylor.
So you were referring only to the fact that Minister Taylor was apparently uninterested in the issue?
Correct.
Okay. Can we then proceed back to... Sorry, had we got to 89 or yeah, 289?
Sorry, before that, the meeting with Minister Chikunga, when was that?
Not sure about that, but it was after my shootings.
In 2024, 23?
No, 2020. It can be 2023.
23.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you pick up at paragraph 89?
Okay. The sequence must be understood in its entirety and with clarity. I reported the criminal consent to Mr. Taylor in May 2022. I was shot in August 2022. I reported thereafter to Minister Chikunga, to MEC Mamabulo, and ultimately to General Mkonazi in 2024. At every stage, I was the one pressing the state to act. I was not the one protecting criminals. I was not obstructing investigations. I was advancing them. That is not the sequence of events of a cartel member. That is the sequence of events of a target who refused to be silenced. B2.
Can I ask you before you go forward, you refer to a meeting or a report to MEC Mamabolo. When was that report made?
To MEC Mamabolo, it was not once. It was during that time because as the minister that was around Gauteng and I was in Gauteng, it was easy for me to advance and give a cry to him.
And did you meet with him in person? Did
Yes.
you write to him?
No, I met him in person.
And what were you reporting to him?
In a nutshell, I was trying to report the frustration that I and the other members have, and give him a bigger picture if maybe he needs an understanding. And we did talk a lot about that. But at the end of the day, it ended up where it ended. I was still suppressed.
And were you asking him specifically to do something about the fact that you had been shot at?
No, not really shot at. I mean, the issue of me being shot at is a matter of the police. Him specifically, the MEC for transport, because my rights of being a taxi owner was vindicated. I was no more operating.
Sorry,
I was no more operating.
and that was because after having been shot, you...
No. Before being shot. As I was always trying to talk to Mr. Tsel, I was also wanted to indicate to him that I was not operating. But that belongs to the MEC for transport. Then I went to the minister, to the MEC for transport, to indicate that at the same time, I'm not operating.
And why were you not operating before you were shot?
No, my vehicles were just stopped. Mr. Psibi stopped my vehicle from operating.
Sorry, who stopped your vehicles?
Psibi stopped my vehicle from operating.
CB stopped your vehicles from operating.
Yes.
He and his people would prevent your vehicles from entering a rank.
Yes.
And where did this take place and when?
At the beginning of 2020. For an example, just at the beginning of 2020, it just happened that we had to go to COVID. So everyone stopped operating because of the result of the COVID. But when everything was coming down, COVID-3, COVID-2, as the president was always saying, my vehicles were totally not allowed to come back to operation up until 2024.
So from 2020 to 2024, you were out of the industry.
Sure.
And physically, how did this happen? I mean, was it with threats of violence to the drivers?
Yeah, at the time, I couldn't go and access the taxi rank at that time. So once you send your driver to the taxi rank, easily as all that, they'll chuck him away.
But perhaps if I could assist, I think the witness will go, Mr. Sibanyoni will go into detail about when he was out of the industry for the first time, when we speak about a 2006-7 attempt on his life. And I think to adopt a more systemic approach to his evidence, perhaps if Mr. Chairperson could maybe go to that event, because that leads into whatever happens in 2004. And so, and I think it's very important that the Commission gets that background.
2004, 2022.
2020, 2022, 2024. Because there's quite a bit that happens in that time frame. So I think we do deal with it. I think from paragraph.
Well, it's the next paragraph. So let's go there, and if we need to come back to anything, we can.
Okay.
So if you can pick up at paragraph 90.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, B2. The first assassination attempt of 2006. In August 2022, attack was not the first time criminal forces had tried to kill me. around 2006 or 7, I was a victim of a first assassination attempt arising from the taxi industry violence. The attempt was not casual, it was targeted. It succeeded in wounding me, and it succeeded in forcing me out of the industry for approximately 2 years, during which period I removed myself from the taxi environmental in order to survive. I only returned to the industry around 2008. The Commission must also understand what returns represent. A person who was the target of a serious assassination attempt, who was forced to abandon an industry he had spent years building, and who then returned to build the same industry at the national level, is not a person operating from a position of criminal impunity and protection. A person who is protected does not need to hide. A person who is powerful does not need to flee. The fact that I fled and that I returned is itself evidence of the position I occupied, not as a predator within the industry, but as a target within it. The precise details of the first attempt are confirmed through the records of the Shonga Commission and will be provided in Annex J. Number 91, a person who was targeted in and around 2006 or 7, who was forced out of an industry for 2 years in order to survive, and who then to return to lead and build that industry through legitimate organizational structures, is not and cannot, on any rational analysis, be understood to be a person who operates from a position of criminality, power, and impunity. The conduct of a criminal boss is to consolidate, to expand, and to deploy violence against others. The conduct of a person who flees, survives, returns, and builds is the opposite. That return was not the act of a criminal boss. It was an act of a committed community leader who refused to be driven out of the legitimate industry he had chosen as his life's work.
Maybe if I can interrupt at this point, can you give us details of that 2006 assassination attempt and why you say that Mr. Msibi was behind it?
At the time, or on that fateful day, he invited me to his house, which is something normal. Then I went to his house. Then after that, it was on a Friday. I was supposed to go on a social gathering with my friends. Yes, I went out. Nothing sinister was happening that could tell what was going to happen. Me arriving at the social club in the evening, engaging with other people that were there, I felt that I was not safe through those engagements, particularly a certain gentleman. I faced him at the time. Seeing from his eyes, I could tell that something's not okay here. Then,
and this was at the social engagement?
Yeah, just at the social. Then, from there, I decided to leave because of me not feeling okay and understanding my feelings at the time. I opted to leave the premises, right? Just to say goodbye to anyone as if there's nothing happening. And I was with a friend. It was in one of the golf estates here in Pretoria North, in Acacia, to put it straight. Then when I left the premises on an exit gate, that's where we were shot at. Unfortunately, my friend passed on. I survived through getting out of the vehicle. I ran out for my safety. Then I survived to the hospital. 4 or 5 days later, I asked for an early acquittal from the hospital so that people must not follow me from the hospital. Subsequent to that, we had a meeting as an organization as to why was I shot. Because when I was shot, the person who shot me, I saw him. He was one of from Msibi's alliance. Therefore, I needed an answer as to I saw this particular person. Can he just explain why did he shoot at me? Because at that time, I didn't suspect anything. Months passed, everything went okay. On this particular evening, in my house, the meeting was held. Then Mr. Msibi announced to me that the matter that is here is not a tax-related matter. It's my matter outside that, therefore, it's not a tax-related matter. He's out of my life. Reading from those statements, I could see that danger is coming. I decided to flee the taxi industry and go for a trucking business. As to how so simple as all that, during my time when I was recovering, my friends that I had during the network have been advising me left and right as to I need to exit this dangerous place and try something else. For sure, one of them helped me to get a connection of the truck business. Then I went to truck business. So I worked in the truck business for almost 3 years. Then therefore I was out from the taxi industry. It just happened after 3 years, we encountered recession. Then when we encountered recession, the business was not doing well at all. Then in my mind, the taxi industry came into place. As to how am I going to go back, it was a mammoth task, I must say it. But I had a strategy. I put my frustration into the media so that they can hear it loud. It was the first week and the second week of Sunday World that assisted me that the government must intervene. Yes, for sure, through that noise, the government intervened. The meeting was held in the Department of Transport here with all stakeholders invited. There was the register for Gauteng was there. The industry representatives were there. In that meeting, I was allowed to come back. And what made me...
Sorry, was Mr. Msibi at that meeting?
Yes, he was there.
And
I pointed him outright in that meeting that I'm not operating just because of him. Therefore, so that the politics within the taxi industry must be directed to him or me, that's it, nobody else. Then with that approach, the meeting ended up that I must come back to operation. And what made me to be comfortable coming back at the time, though it was dangerous, most members of the organizations were no more there. Therefore, there was no danger for me. It was for a matter of me concentrating on one person or two, that's it. That's why I decided to come back.
When you say most members were not there, is it that they had exited or they had been killed?
They've been killed, yeah.
And you say you were able to identify the shooter.
Yes.
And did you lodge an attempted murder case?
No, the attempted murder case was there automatically so.
Did you give a statement to the police?
No, I didn't give the statement.
Why not?
I was afraid from CB at the time. And it's not that I didn't give a statement to the police, but to them, I told them what I saw and what I think did happen. But I didn't go to the police.
Sorry. To whom did you...
At the time,
You say, I told them what I saw and what happened.
Yeah, it was the executive of the association.
The whole executive, the executive of Santako?
No, our local operation.
And who was on that executive? Was MCB one of the members of the executive?
Yeah, MCB was there.
And is that person who shot you still alive today?
No, he's not alive.
Are you able to mention his name?
I don't remember it just now as we talk, but I know his name very well.
And you know his relationship to MCB?
Yes, I was a very close person to him.
This meeting, Mr. Sibanyoni?
Yes.
This meeting, did it include law enforcement officers?
No, that one didn't. The law enforcement was only for me coming back.
Yes, I mean that meeting.
Yes, yeah.
That meeting, they were involved. And at what level of seniority did you have people there?
I think the highest person in government was the registrar of Gauteng.
Okay, I've never heard of that title. Is that in transport? Someone in transport?
In transport,
department?
yes, yeah.
Okay, and from the police?
It is now called PRE, I think. The register, I think for now it's called PRE, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Then
And
from
were
the
there-
police,
Yes, so,
though I couldn't identify them one by one, but for the mere fact, the Department of Transport is here in town. Up there, there is the office of the police. So I consulted with them prior to the meeting so that they must come and give assurance of the movement of the meeting and making sure that I'm part of the meeting so that I can also divulge what I need to tell them so that they can understand the broader spectrum of the industry.
yes.
And for me, doing that action made me easy because it was not difficult for me to mention that it's him who's taken me out. Therefore, he was supposed to respond on that allegation. Then the end result was I must come back to the operation. But it was commissioners, police commissioners at that level.
A provincial commissioner.
No, national commissioner. The officers are here at the Department of Transport. Yeah.
So you had engaged with the national commissioner around this issue before you had the meeting with the Department of Transport?
Not particular the head of national. You've got commissioners within the stages of the police force. Yeah, I'm quite aware with that commissioner that I was speaking to. He's a commissioner. His title is a commissioner.
And who was that police officer?
Come again?
Who was that commissioner?
I just forgotten the name now, but I can get the name because I was used to communicating with him at the time. But it was a police commissioner. And why I was having to communicate, I had a friend, late Commissioner Molapa, who assisted me with the level of putting that matter to the commissioners. Hence, I got to talk to the commissioners.
So after you returned in 2009, were you, well, it wasn't in 2009, it would have been later because you had withdrawn
Yeah, it can be
in
9.
2000.
It can be 9.
It was 2009.
2009, yes.
Yeah. Did you have a relatively peaceful time in the industry going forward from 2009 for some years?
Not at the beginning of 2009, as years goes by.
And what did you encounter at the start of your return in 2009?
Okay. At the taxi rank, sometimes you'll be allowed to operate with 3 or 4 vehicles. So at the time of my exit, I had 20 vehicles. So coming back under those circumstances, I was only allowed to operate with 4 vehicles. Of which for me, it was 1 leg inside. I agreed to that, but I took the matter to court to fight for the remaining 16 vehicles. I took the matter to court here in Pretoria. Then the matter was heard. On the verge of an order being given, because me supplementing my request for the court to intervene, for me, I had all the facts because I had licenses for the vehicle. I had documentation and recommendation letters from the association. I had permits for the vehicle. Therefore, for me, it was easy, a winnable case outside the politics of the taxi industry.
Can I just, before you continue, who were the respondents? Who were the people who were preventing you from operating with more than 4 vehicles?
At the time, I mentioned him as well. The executive, when you write to an association doing an application, you name all the executive of those associations. And I added up his name on top of that.
So the people saying you can only have 4 vehicles, was that the executive of the association and MCB?
Correct.
Sorry.
And sorry, Mr. Chescas. And this you being permitted to return, but only 4 vehicles. Was that said and agreed to in a meeting that has the state officials?
Correct, yes. And I even raised it up to them that I'm not satisfied. And hence I also indicated to him, that officer, that I'm taking this matter to court. But for the mere fact that one leg is in, for me it was better than nothing. Hence fighting for the court to solve my issues.
Thank you.
And what then happened? You start off, you're getting to the point of winning this case, and does the case settle?
Then on the day when the matter was heard, their defense asked for a postponement of that order, citing his reasons. Though it was almost evidently so that the order was going to be given, he forcefully asked for the postponement based on his own reasons. Then the court gave him that allowance that the matter can be postponed, maybe for 3 or 4 days, so that the order must be given. Just after that, 2 days after that, I got a call from CB that we need not to take this route. Can we just sit down and talk this matter over, unlike the court deciding for us? I agreed to that. The meeting was held in Durban. Then we had to agree that I must come back forcefully so with my own vehicles. Then happy I was. Then I got back to operation up until now that I was taken out again on operation. Therefore, that sequence, I understand it very well, to be in operation and not to be in operation.
And this meeting at which he agreed that you could come back in full operation, when did that take place?
It was in the same year. It can be the same year, but I will never agree with the date, but same year, towards the end of the year. The court, maybe it was in June, July, same year, August. Then we went to meet in Durban.
And was there any reason why you met in Durban? Were you involving national taxi associations?
No, it was just a venue, because he also said he was not safe. He also said to me he was not safe. Then let's go to a neutral venue.
And how did your relationship develop with MCB after that? This is 2009.
Yes.
You come back into the industry. Your statement jumps to about 2019.
Okay.
What happened in the 10 years in between?
So, me coming back after that, I've mentioned that a lot of people were no more there. That forced me out of the industry in 2006 and 2007. So, me coming back as an operator, he asked me to be his assistant because no more senior people are in the industry. I accepted that. Then, as you normally meet and talk and move the industry forward, we developed a kind of a friendship. And I was given some specific tasks. And the tasks that I loved more was taking care of the widows that we had at the time. There were many. I took upon that task upon myself as to I must make their life better, which was the task that I did up until 2019 or early 2020s. And some other engagements within the taxi industry. I was there in terms of making sure that there is peace in the industry where I can assist.
And then if you can go back to your statement, paragraph 92, you talk about the lead up to the second attempt on your life.
Should I read it out again?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Number 92, the circumstances leading to the first attempt on my life and the events that escalated towards the 2022 attempt are deeply intertwined In and around 2019, as Mr. Msibi approached 60 years of age, he communicated to me that the mutual agreement we had made in good faith, to the effect that each of us will retire from the industry upon reaching 60 years of age, was no longer operative. His words, as I clearly recall them, were to effect that this is a taxi business, we die working. I received those words not merely as a change of plans. They were spoken by a man who had years earlier already sent people to kill me. In that context, we die working was not simply an expression of commitment to the industry, is communicated with unmistakably implication, a change disposition towards me, that the agreed upon terms of our coexistence were being unilaterally revoked, and that the protection I had understood to exist within the framework of our mutual agreement could no longer be assumed. I received those words as a communication of renewed and escalating danger.
So, can I just stop there? You say you and Mr. Msibi had previously had an agreement that you would each retire at 60.
Correct.
And did you expect to succeed Mr. Msibi when he retired before you?
Yes.
And then as he approached his retirement age, he decided he didn't want to retire.
Correct.
And when you talk about the framework of your mutual agreement, did that agreement encompass anything more than he was going to retire at 60 and you would succeed him? Was there anything, I mean, what was this mutual agreement you're talking about?
As I came back to come and assist, working closely with him, we become friends. Though he was a little bit older, we became friends. Then therefore, as we planned, we need to have an exit plan because the industry is not a nice space to be. You cannot live and die within the industry. Therefore, we were, as friends, as we were speaking, we agreed that we cannot die being in the industry through the barrel of a gun. Therefore, what the plan was, which age do I think can fit us both? We came to agree that 60 years would be a very fair age, whilst you're still energetic. Now you can start traveling the world, you can start engaging other people outside of South Africa, Africa, and the whole world. That age even suits me better at the time we agreed upon that. But it was a verbal agreement, which at the time, as friends, you can agree upon that. It's normal.
And that was the extent of the agreement, that
Yes,
he
sir.
would step down at 60, you would take over at that.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I don't quite see the escalation of danger from his words. This is the taxi business. We die working. Why is it that those words merely meant that he no longer wanted to retire? Where's the escalation of danger to you in particular in those words?
Yeah, I offered an alternative to his words, that if he's not retiring, can I retire then? I offered that to him. Then he simply said no to that. Then it triggered me, that thing. Why should I, when I want to retire from within this space, should I not be allowed? How so does this happen? If you retire, it doesn't mean that you stop operating. You just retire from the point of influence, from the point of having meetings of the taxi industry. You take a step back so that you continue just to enjoy your life. Because once you become a leader in the industry, your normal life stops. Your day-to-day life stops. You travel a lot, you sleep outside, you into making decisions that are not favorable to other people. Therefore, you always make enemies directly and indirectly so. Therefore, for me, it doesn't sound good when it comes to that. At the point, I just need to retire and live my life with my family like any other person after that. So him not allowing me to retire after he said he will die here triggers a lot to myself. That it cannot happen like this. I cannot foresee something 10 years ago and come again and renew it now.
Unless you explain more. If you say to him, if you're not retiring, I'm retiring, and he says, please don't, I'm working very well with you, please do not.
No, it was not nice.
So you've not explained that, though.
Yes,
so that's why I still don't see the escalation of danger, escalation by him towards you.
It was not nicely outspoken to me. I can give an example, Commissioner. Maybe you are giving me a question about that. I will just repeat as if it's him talking to me now.
Please do, please
Okay,
do.
here we are now. Brother, I think as we have agreed, we are now closing to your retirement. Do you have anything that we can talk about it? Because we have been talking about it. So now it's coming closer. That's him responding to my statement. What do you mean? I taught you the ins and outs of this industry. Now you're putting back into my face that you want to retire. You will retire after me being retiring. This is the taxi industry, Papa. Do you get me what I'm saying? So he was putting, I was a little bit frightened. I could hear him what he means that. Therefore, those words on its own and the facial impression about him uttering those words were too dangerous to me. And from that instance, because we were nice in talking about that, if you were to get into where we were talking, you will be convinced that I swear at him. But knowing me, talking to him in that way, I could see now that things will never be the same. Because the year is coming now, then I must still be here. Then I must start thinking the other way around. And I offer this gently so, because maybe he feels energetic. Let me then retire. Me retiring means I will leave my vehicle operating and go enjoy my life outside the taxi industry.
It's still trying to understand that conversation and what you made of it. If you are to offer an opinion, why would he not have wanted you to retire if that was your wish? And he was tying you down to the security, to the industry in the way that you understood him?
It triggered me back to 2006 and 7. It triggered me exactly to that point, as if I see 2006, 7 coming again. And why so coming? Because within our space, me coming back, a lot of taxi owners were no more there. I was the only person senior to him in terms of operation. Hence, I'm explained my years of being a taxi owner in the industry. Even as we speak, you'll find that 2% of the ownership of the people of the industry are my age and the experience we've got. But 95, 96, all of them, they are new. I'm not sure whether you get me, Commissioner.
No, not quite. I guess it's trying to understand whether him not wanting you to leave the industry is because, well, not to leave your leadership position, because I understand it to be about leadership position. Him not wanting you to leave the leadership position, did you consider him to be setting you up for harm? And to what end? Why would he have, in your thinking then, and what you knew at the time, why he would have wanted to set you up for harm instead of letting you leave according to your wish?
Yeah, Commissioner, it's me alone thinking whilst we're talking with him. The tone and the expression that it gives unto me automatically taking me back to 2006 and 7 as to this is the beginning of another war. that I will never survive. Therefore, I must come up with a plan as to how do I move out of this. But me not showing him that I'm sensing something is coming.
Did you think that he may have been thinking you're leaving? If you left, you would go and set up something which is competition with him, and he would rather therefore have you inside, so to speak, than you saying I'm retiring, and then he runs the risk that you would go and be a competitor in something else that he's involved with?
Yes, he knows exactly when I was saying I was retiring, for sure, because I'll map up my way forward so that I don't participate anymore. Not even with an inch, I'm not participating. Yeah.
Commissioner Beloy, Chairperson, may we be of assistance to the Commission? Perhaps Mr. Sibanyoni must be given an opportunity, and I know what the Commission is trying to establish from him and the nexus that the Commission wants him to draw for the benefit of this Commission. I think it would be prudent, and if one reads further on, and there are a few things that are not in his statement, perhaps Mr. Sibanyoni can speak about the transition of Mr. Msibi from his residence in Pretoria to the farm, which was from 2019 to early 2020. And
may I say this? Please be careful, though, not to, in your suggestions, to at the same time suggest answers to Mr. Smith. Please be. It's a very thin dividing line. It's a
absolutely.
Very thin.
I appreciate that.
It may not be intended. I'm not suggesting that it's intended.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that, yes. And I'm very cognizant of that.
Yeah.
And I don't think Mr. Sibanyoni has a problem with me assisting the Commission in this regard. And perhaps he can talk about that, and the nexus will then come to fruition with regards to further discussions between himself and Mr. Msibi in relation to the very issue in which the general belief or further belief or fear had been instilled, where he genuinely believed that his life was in danger. And perhaps maybe he can talk a bit about that.
But are those facts that are around the same incident of the announcement that Mr. Msibi was no longer retiring?
Absolutely.
Because we are asking questions that relate to that conversation. And Mr. Sibanyoni's belief that there was now, after this statement by Mr. Msibi, there was now an escalation or renewed danger.
Absolutely.
Because if it's facts at a later stage, those will not necessarily answer the questions we are putting to Mr. Sibanyoni. Do you get my point?
I appreciate it very much,
yes,
Chairperson.
Yes.
And it's very much correct, because there's an intrinsic link to that conversation that took place between Mr. Msibi and Mr. Sibanyoni. And on that very day, and subsequent events that followed immediately thereafter, it's intrinsically linked. One cannot separate that meeting, that discussion that took place between Mr. Sibanyoni and Mr. Msibi, which instills the fear. So
you see, I would understand you refer to other issues which, from what you say, appear to have been at a later stage. But of course, you do also say there is something, or there are facts that were on the same day.
Yes.
I would understand only the latter. But subsequent events, I would understand if we were to say, and this is further supported by. But that's not the point Mr. Sibanyoni is making. Mr. Sibanyoni says, I was told by the late Mr. Msibi that he is no longer retiring.
Yes.
In this industry, we die working. That's what he said. And then he says, from that, I deduce that there was an escalation
yes.
of danger from him towards me.
Absolutely.
That is why we are engaging him. And that is why I say your point will only make sense to me if it is around that same discussion, nothing later or on some other day. Do you see what I mean? Because there is a definite conclusion founded specifically on the utterance.
I understand.
Yes.
And, I stand with the position that I've taken and the submissions that I've made. There's an intrinsic link on precisely the same issue.
Yes.
It's all events that happen on that day that has a consequential effect. And perhaps
Yes.
let's allow the witness
Yes.
to talk about it. It seems my colleague wants to take the commission into confidence and make a submission with your leave.
Chair,
That doesn't normally happen, and I would imagine that your junior should be in a position to state what she would want you to convey.
May I, with your leave?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you. We're
yes.
most indebted to your indulgence, Chairperson.
Yes.
And perhaps let's allow the witness, let's allow Mr. Sibanyoni then maybe to explain the full extent of that engagement with Mr. Msibi. And I'm sure the picture will become all the more clearer. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson.
Thank you. I will ask this of you, Mr. Sibanyoni. From what you say in paragraph 92, it seems, in fact, it's quite clear, it's quite plain that your inference that there was renewed and escalating danger, that inference comes only from the fact that Mr. CB had now said he had gone back on his undertaking to retire when he turned 60, and the manner in which he responded to you when you said, if he didn't retire, then you were going to retire. That is all you have told us.
Correct.
And that is all we understand to have caused you to draw this inference, the inference that there was now renewed and escalating danger. Is there anything else that caused you to draw that inference on that day?
No,
On that day?
no, nothing more or less on that day. My decision from that day, I'll start moving back, not like cooperating as normal, because at the very same time, that was 2019, Commissioner. And in that space of, I was communicating, at the time I was buying a farm. So therefore, for me, it tells a lot when you can't agree, there is a farm in between, I can't retire, a lot is coming to my mind.
Okay, now let me ask the next question. Your counsel, Mr. Abrams, said there's something in addition to the basis for you drawing this inference. There's something additional to that, which, based on what you've just said now, must be something that happened on some other day. What is it that happened on some other day that buttressed the inference that you had drawn?
Commissioner, I've just mentioned that he's now buying a farm. In the mix of things, we're not agreeing. He's buying a farm far away from Pretoria, and our fundamental business is here in Pretoria. If we were to leave to another place 1 hour away from here, it's going to be difficult for me and him to operate based on that distance. Therefore, knowing him back in 2005 and 6, me leaving Pretoria, always traveling to his farm, was going to be dangerous for me. Then what I need to do is to start not meeting him regularly as we used. Yes, we will meet, but no more regularly, because we were at the center of the taxi industry. Our daily meeting at almost was 99%. The farmer started reducing that. No more callings at night. No more leaving my duties to attend his duties, and just try to be protective at all costs. The only way for me to be protective was only to do that. No more being with him. Start doing my own thing separately. So for my own safety. That's all.
So what you mean is that traveling between was it Pretoria?
Yes, and the farm.
And the farm expose you to the risk of physical harm.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? Anything else?
No.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Charles.
You speak in paragraph 93 of Mr. Msibi stripping away your responsibilities as second in command and marginalizing you within the organizational structure. Can you give us some details of that?
I've mentioned already that I was in charge of making sure that the widows of our organizations are taken care of. It's a weekly, it's a daily work anyway to do it. So it needs someone who is operative every day in making sure that whatever promise we promised to deliver for all the widows, and subsequent to that, the elders of the industry must be taken care of. So it was my primary responsibility of making sure that there are no complaints in that regard.
And was this taken away from you?
Yes.
And when was that, and to whom was it given?
Beginning 2020.
Who succeeded you with that responsibility?
No one. He took it upon himself.
So he then
Yes.
took it back.
Just find out these positions, your Mr. Msibi's and yours, including the responsibility that eventually get taken away from you, were those elected positions?
No, his was not elected. His was not elected. Okay, let me say at the time, it was not an elective position. Yes, I was assisting someone elder as an experienced someone else. So therefore, the position that he was, it's a position that it's not going into election processes now and then. But by the time when he was in power then, that was 27 years ago, he was elected.
He was elected and then he stayed on.
He stayed on, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The chairperson says he became a traditional leader. Thank you, Mr. Msibi.
Did you have any elected position within the association at that stage?
No, he was still there, 27 years.
Yes, but I mean, there's a whole exec. Did you have any formal elected position?
Okay, it differs this way. On local association, the local association that belongs to the organization where I'm the president now, there are elective processes in line with the constitution of Santaco. But in the position where you are an executive of Salbo, it's once it moves on. Like the chairman has said, it's a tradition kind of situation.
No, please. This was for Commissioner Baloy's ears only. I'll be in trouble with traditional leaders. And it was said in jest.
So we've established that the position doesn't give you any status within COGTA, but does it have, I'm struggling to understand, did he engage you, as it were, privately as his assistant while he occupied that position?
Yeah, it's easy to do that. Like me coming back within the taxi industry, as people were coming in for consultation with their problems or whatever, he will just inform them that in my absence, Joe Sibanyoni is there. And
So you were essentially an assistant to him?
correct.
Then in paragraph 93, you talk about the lockdown and you distancing yourself from Mr. Msibi. What was that distancing beyond deciding that you weren't going to commute daily for meetings at the farm?
Yeah, the order of COVID-19, when it started, no one was visiting anyone. It was a national order. So for me, it helped me a lot. Even if we can communicate, we can't see each other. And the COVID lasted for quite a number of years. So for me, it became the buffer. Always it's the reason, because there's COVID. I mean, when there's COVID, obviously there's danger. I can come visit you, I inherit COVID, I go back to my family, then there's danger. Therefore, for me, it helped me a lot. I use the COVID-19 reason as to the main reason of no more visiting him. Even when it gets relaxed, I also insisted that COVID is too dangerous, because every day you find in the news, number of people are dead. Therefore, you can't force me to come see you based on those reasons. But I, at the back of my mind, I know as to why I'm doing that.
And then you speak about a telephone call where you confronted him about his attempt to assassinate you in 2006. Do you know approximately when that call took place?
It was a call during 2020. It's not me calling, it's him calling. Because of me no more assisting him, no more coming close to him, only telephone calls. Then in that call, as he was calling me, what he said was, you can see that nowadays I'm playing a distance figure out of him. Then yes, I agreed that yes, one reason was I mentioned COVID, but he didn't take that lightly. It's like he didn't take that as a reason, because we could take a mask and go visit. Like life was normal that other way. But I refused just to be closer to him. Then number two, he asked me, what is it that I'm going to do because if I'm no more in contact with him or having a good relationship, I will not operate my taxes. Then I said, no, brother, no, I will not operate, because it happened in 2006, in 2007. Then, and I know that for a fact, I came back after 2006-07, which was 2009, and operate. So I was putting it to him that he can repeat that as he wants, but come years later, I will come back and operate again. And as to how will I come back, at the time I didn't know, but what I said to him was he must never call me again, so that we're no more discussing these things of visiting one another or each other, and be in the space of a broader taxi industry.
So essentially at that point, your relationship
Broke up. Yeah.
Can we then pick up at paragraph 96? Because you talk then about the involvement of Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe. Maybe if you can read paragraph 96.
The events that followed that confrontation are significant and must be understood in their proper chronological context. Following the telephone call in which I had confronted Mr. Msibi directly with the first assassination attempt, Mr. Msibi substantially reinforced his personal security apparatus. He surrounded himself with individuals known in the taxi industry. in the criminal connotation of the term as is in Gabi. Among those who Mr. Msibi engaged for his purpose was Mr. Ket Matlala, it was Mr. Katiso Molefe. The Commission should note the sequence with care. The reinforcement of this security apparatus occurred immediately after I've confronted Mr. Msibi with his responsibilities for the 2006 attempt. The deployment of armed men around him immediately after a direct accusation of attempted murder is not coincidental. It's preparatory. The Commission need to accept the characterization from me. The subsequent events speak for themselves.
Please read it again. I think you missed the word not.
The Commission need not to accept that characterization from me. The subsequent events speak for themselves.
Sorry, surrounding himself with the people that you referred to, was that out there for everybody to see,
Yes.
or how did you?
Yeah, yes.
All right, thank you.
And you describe, if I read your paragraph 93 correctly, you describe Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe as people known in the taxi industry as Izinkabi. Am I reading it correctly? Is that what you're saying?
Repeat again.
You say you say he surrounded himself with individuals known in the taxi industry as Izinkabi. Among those whom Mr. Msibi engaged for this purpose were Mr. Vusimusi Matlala and Mr. Katiso Molefe. So are you saying that Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe were known as Izinkabi, or they were contacted by Mr. Msibi to procure Izinkabi?
Yeah, in addition to that, I add them both. There's a portion where it's Izinkabi. In addition to that, you find there's Ket Matlala in, you find there's Katiso in.
And why, what is the significance of their involvement at this stage?
From what I read, through circumstances, was just a proper plan to attack me at that stage when I got those information. Because that information, as the commissioner has just indicated, it was an open thing if you were to visit the farm. There was no secret about anything. If you were to visit there, you come whisper to me, I will understand what you mean. And it was easy for me to get information because all people that were visiting the farm were not in support of what was happening. So they were alerting me that the game is up now. There's an involvement of this one. There's an involvement of this one.
And what was the significance of the involvement of well, let's take Mr. Molefe first. What did you understand when people said he's now bringing Mr. Molefe close?
Yeah, with Mr. Molefe, I cannot be that much specific because me knowing him, there was no any element of this kind. But with Mr. Who's this other one?
Matlala.
With Mr. Matlala, if you read, he's from Mamelodi, and at the time people in Mamelodi were dying, and everyone was talking about him. Therefore, him associating himself with Katiso, for me, it says the game is up.
You said Katiso, you mean Mr. Matlala?
No, Molefe. Katiso is Molefe.
So who was associating with Katiso?
Both.
Msibi
It's Ket
and Matlala.
It's Ket is Katiso, then at the top you'll find Msibi. Then your
What is it about that trio specifically that made you believe that the game is up? What is it about the three of them associating that made you believe that the game is up?
Reading from what was happening in Mamelodi, people were dying every day in a big number. And me reading the situation, this guy is from Mamelodi, and there is a problem in Mamelodi.
But that accounts only for Mr. Ketman.
Yes, yeah.
It does not account for Mr.
From
Molefe.
Katiso.
What is
Yes.
it about Mr. Molefe
The
that
addition,
make you think?
yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner, to come while she's still talking. If the number is getting big, obviously arms are up. But if it was not him alone, you'll find a way of how to protect you. If it was Msibi alone at the same time, I know I've been living with him. Running away from him, because I even mentioned that I'm going to hiding now. It was easy for me. But now having more people within the same situation, the game is too up.
Can I just ask differently? What at that point did you know about Mr. Molefe? You've told us what you knew about Mr. Matala at the time, the Mamelodi connection and the people dying. What did you know about Mr. Molefe that made you see him as part of the machine against which you have to defend yourself?
Yeah. At the time when people were dying in Mamelodi, at the same time Soweto was on fire. There were a lot of people that were dying, and Mr. Molefe is from Soweto. When I connect my dots, then you could see that the game is up.
In respect of those Soweto incidents of violence, did his name come up that you became aware of?
Yeah, I became aware of, yes.
Thank you.
Just one, sorry, Mr. Charles. Just one more thing. You see this deployment of Izinkabi and in addition, Mr. Matala and Mr. Molefe, you see this as preparatory. Looking at the sentence right at the last line, that short sentence, it is preparatory, not just coincidental.
Yes.
And you then say that's borne out by subsequent events.
Yeah.
Let me take you to the last two sentences of paragraph 94. There you say, it was at that point in the conversation that I confronted Mr. Msibi. And this was after he had asked you, why have you disappeared on me?
Yes.
So you say, it was at that point in the conversation that I confronted Mr. Msibi directly with the first assassination attempt. I reminded him without evasion that in or around 2006, he had sent people to kill me, that I had been shot and injured and that I had survived. Why is it not the case that he surrounded himself with all these people because he feared you? You have just said, remember, you wanted to kill me in 2006. Why can't it be so that he was protecting himself from a possible attack by you or from you? You just said, hey, remember, you tried to kill me, but I was fortunate enough to survive. Why is that not so?
Commissioner, I think it's a vice versa situation. How so? If he surrounded himself with Izinkabi, it was not a protection, it was an attack to me. I didn't have anything at the time. I went strictly into hiding. Yes. So, and getting to know about Izinkabi, as a human being, I've got friends within the industry. You'll hear them calling you that there's a bunch of people that are coming to assist Mr. Mswazi in Gauteng. And we understand that the fight is between you and him. Please take care of yourself. Then you'll find people at the same time that were visiting the very same farm, on their way coming back from the farm, that your name has been mentioned. Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Now, you deal from paragraph 97 with the second assassination attempt, and I understand that this case is currently pending. You're a witness for the prosecution, and that you're going to testify probably next month.
Yes,
this month.
Yeah, this month, yes.
Yeah. not that many days left this month, but soon. What I do want to clarify, you talk about linkages of weapons. We've done our own, we've seen our own ballistics evidence here, and can I clarify with you what the case number of the assassination was? Is it the Littleton case number 16708 of 2022?
Correct.
Thank you. You ask that for the sub judice principle, we don't go into the detail of that second assassination attempt. So
Please.
maybe we should pick up then on page 38, paragraph 100. And
Paragraph 100.
paragraph 100, and there's a specific issue there. You say, in or around 2021 into 2022, Mr. Katiso Molefe relocated to and established his criminal operations, specifically drug-related activities, at the farm owned by Mr. Msibi. Now, can you give us some more detail about this? What do you know about Mr. Molefe's involvement in the drug industry, the illegal drug industry? What do you know about the activities that he was conducting from the farm?
Yeah, commissioners, remember at the time I was not there, physically so. I would rely on the hearsay, I rely on the intelligence, at least to have a clue as to what is it that is happening. And at the same time, I know that when you get an information from a second person or the third person, the information can be infiltrated one way or the other. Therefore, the information that why I was looking for, it was for safekeeping of my site as to, I must know, Commissioner, when I see you at the mall, for example, or when I see you in my estate, you are one of those dangerous people. Therefore, I needed that information day and night just to keep myself safe. So it is one of those informations that you'll probably get because it was of necessity for me to be safe.
This suggests that you knew for a fact that before this date, Mr. Katiso Molefe was conducting these activities somewhere else, and then
Yes.
you were told that he moved them to the farm.
Yes, that was
So
the...
just take us a step back.
Okay.
You knew that he was involved in these activities, and then presumably somebody would have told you that those activities have moved to the farm.
Okay, I'll put it in two folds. Why people were dying in Soweto, why people were dying in Mamelodi. I'm a very concerned citizen, and at the same time I'm in danger, and these people have colluded. So the information that I was digging, or the information that I happened to get, is related to same thing. In Mamelodi, you'll find people telling you about Daga, something like that, or illicit, something like that. In Soweto, you'll find same people dying about that. Their names are mentioned within that space. And now they've colluded with this man who is fighting me and who used to fight me. Then you read between those lines and get a better understanding. If you're hiding in a house that has got no butterproof, put another butterproof. Something like that. If you happen to drive your car, armor your vehicle. That was the danger at that point. And to a certain extent, even if I was shot at, but to a certain extent, I can take it that it helped me because between 2020 and 2022, it tells you that I was able to evade that space. But it was on that unfortunate day that they happened to catch me.
But it's quite a specific allegation that you're making. You're saying Mr. Molefe relocated his criminal operations, specifically drug-related activities, at the farm. On what basis do you make that allegation?
Yeah. I've made it clear, commissioners, that all those two bases, it was a hearsay, all those two, but I connect those two incidents. People are fighting, people are dying, and they are now in one space. And that space is specifically directed to me. It was better if one was operating from his own space. And the intelligence that was coming to me, you get an intelligent commissioner that is live. It's easy for you to get an intelligence that is live from the farm. Brother, I'm here by the farm. I see this one. I see this one. I'm just worried about you. Where are you? Then I will say, I'm in the hiding. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sibanyoni, in this commission, there's a name that people have mentioned. I don't know, maybe they don't fear this person, but when it's him involved, people have found it easy to say, I've heard it from Sergeant Nkosi. He's the one who told me this. Is he the source of your information?
No.
On this specific
No.
issue?
No.
Okay.
But did anyone specifically tell you that Mr. Molefe is running his drug trafficking operations from the farm? Or is that just something that you inferred from the fact that you were told that he was at the farm?
Repeat again, sir.
Did anyone specifically say to you, Mr. Molefe is now running drugs out of the farm?
No, not at all. And even that Kat Matala is running a drug-related business, the direct information I didn't get. But as a citizen, I would hear that this one is operating like this one is operating like this.
I still have difficulty because in this paragraph you say,
Which paragraph?
paragraph 100, Mr. Sibanyoni,
Okay.
midway, you say, in or around 2021 and into 2022. And you don't say, I was told or I heard. You say, Mr. Katiso Molefe relocated to and established his criminal operations, specifically drug-related activities at the farm owned by Mr. Msibi. So you're stating that as if it is something that you know personally. And that's what we're trying to clarify. Do you know this personally or did somebody else tell you?
No,
and if somebody else told you, who is that person?
Somebody told me, to be precise, because 2021, 2022, I was completely not there.
So let's take it that somebody else told you.
Yes,
Are you prepared to tell us who that person is?
It's an easy thing to do because I'm trying to assist the commission as well. Yeah. It's not that unfortunate part. It was my chairman at one of my associations, and he's passed on recently through natural death. Yeah, he was a close confidant to myself.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I see it's 2 minutes past 1. Should we not take the adjournment at this point?
I think that would be convenient, Chair. Thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
one. All right, it is 13:59. Please make sure again that your devices are quiet, cell phones off or on silent. Let's stand, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sibanyoni, paragraph 104, you're talking again about the attempted murder case. So I'd like to leave that for now. But from paragraph 105 on page 40, you talk about a meeting with General Mkhwanazi, and maybe if you can read from paragraph 105. Page 41, paragraph 105.
Yes, paragraph 40, number 105. The meeting that I now address is, in my respectful submission, one of the most significant matters before this commission in or around April 24, following the passing of Mr. Chota Msibi. I met with Lieutenant General Ntanta Mkhwanazi. The meeting was not sought by me. It was initiated by General Mkhwanazi himself through Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, who contacted me on General Mkhwanazi's behalf and made the specific arrangements for the engagement. The meeting took place during a period of significant instability following Mr. Msibi's death. A period in which the taxi industry faced renewed violence and a dangerous vacuum of leadership. General Mkhwanazi, acting in his official capacity as a senior officer of the South African Police Service, understood the significance of the post-Msibi environment and sought to engage with the senior industry leader who had knowledge of the dynamics that were producing that instability. The specific subject matter of the meeting was the status of approximately 5 to 6 taxi violence cases in which criminal investigations had been concluded, but in respect of which prosecution had either been declined or well stalled at the level of National Prosecuting Authority. These were not hypothetical concerns. They were specific documented matters that I had been pursuing without success for an extended period. Number 107. Among the matters I discussed with General Mkhwanazi was the deployment and threat posed by what the industry refers to in its criminal connotation as Izinkabi, contract killers who had been active within the taxi industry during the period from 2023 backwards. The Commission must understand with precision the character of that discussion. I was not a person who deployed Izinkabi. I was a person who had been targeted by them twice. The discussion I had with General Mkhwanazi about Izinkabi was the discussion of a victim who had been survived being targeted by the contract killers, who was reporting the ongoing and dangerous deployment of those killers, and who was pressing a senior law enforcement official to do something about it. That is not the discussion of a person employing assassins. It is a discussion of a person who had barely escaped with his life, who had watched colleagues being killed, and who was demanding the accountability from the very authority constitutionally responsible for providing it. One cannot adequately convey the significance of the quality of engagement that General Mkhwanazi brought to that meeting. He listened attentively and completely. He asked questions. He took extensive and careful notes of every concern I raised. He treated every matter I brought to him as deserving of serious professional attention. To a man who had spent years reporting trials to officials at various levels, including Minister of Police, who had responded with the moral equivalent of a shrug, General Mkwanaze's engagement was qualitatively and materially different. It was the first occasion. I record with candor on which a senior law enforcement official responded to my concern with diligence and commitment they deserve. The results, moreover, were tangible. Following General Mkwanaze's engagement, there was a visible movement in the prosecution of the specific case size raised. There was a measurable reduction in the intensity of taxi killing in the period that followed. I do not claim and will not be entitled to claim that General Mkwanaze alone achieved those outcomes. I record them as observably results that followed directly from the engagement. This was not the relationship between a criminal and a compromised official. This was the relationship between a persistent victim who has spent years seeking justice and law enforcement official who finally provided it. Number 110. It was I who raised this concern. It was I who used my access to the ministers to press for accountability. General Mkwanaze came to take extensive notes and to ensure that every issue I raised was fully and properly addressed. In fact, after General Mkwanaze's engagement, there seems to be a visible movement on both prosecution of cases and the ease of taxi violence. I add emphatically that I was the one demanding justice, not obstructing it. This context is not a minor footnote. It fundamentally reframes the relationship between myself and senior SAPS official as one in which I obvious the survivor of assassination attempts, the long-standing taxi industry leader, the citizen who contacted both ministers, was pressing the system to prosecute those responsible for taxi violence, not corrupting the system, not protecting criminals, pressing for prosecution. B5.
Mr. Sibanyoni, before you go to B5, following the passing of Mr. Msibi, did you succeed him in the leadership role? Remember where you had a falling out was because there was discussion about him retiring and you taking over.
Correct.
Following his passing in 2024, did you succeed him as the leader?
Yes, of course. And I will explain as to why did I succeed. Can I explain it now, like as you're asking?
Unless it's coming later on, you might as well do it.
No, let me explain it now. After the passing of Mr. Jota Msibi, I was contacted by the elders of the industry at my house. Then as to, now they're frustrated as to who must take over, and they understand my relationship and what transpired, because for the past 4 years I was not operating. Then I said, okay, what's the problem then? Because I was not operating. All I was fighting for was my taxis to go back to operation. Even now, this is what I'm requesting from you. Then they said, no, we can't go that way. You were the only person who was available. Then I advised them that it cannot just be a matter of you telling me in my house, then I assume the position. Can we go to conference? Then they agreed of a conference. And I gave them the date of the conference, which was the first week after Good Friday, because I wanted them to have enough time, and at the same time, we allow Good Friday to pass, so that as we go pray, we must put this matter online. So first week after Good Friday, it was my first AGM with the association, and me voted in as the president of the organization.
For the record, what is that organization?
South African Local and Long Distance Taxis and Bus Organization.
Thank you. And you remain to this day?
Correct.
The leader of that organization?
Yes, and every year I go for a conference.
So there are elections every year?
No, AGM.
AGM.
Yes, yeah. Just to renew the mandate as well and to map a way forward in a more democratical formation.
Thank you.
B5.
Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, I don't want you to address B5 because, again, it's about the criminal trial.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But maybe if you can, in C from page 43, you respond to specific questions about your relationship with 6 individuals. The first one at C1 is Mr. Msibi, we've covered most of that.
Yes.
The only point that I would emphasize that I'm not sure that we have covered yet is paragraph 120, where you talk about two visits you made to the farm. In fact, you say you only went to the farm twice. Can I ask you, in relation to that, whether when you went to the farm there was any sign of Mr. Molefe or Mr. Matlala or any drug business being dealt with from the farm?
Okay. Specifically on the first visit at the farm, it was to see where the farm is and where does he stay, which is a normal practice. Someone that you work with, you normally want to know where he stays, something like that, so that when you communicate or when you visit, you must know that. That was late December, early December, so to put it. Then after December, the taxi industry is so busy. I was busy doing my formal duties here in town, making sure that December is a busy time, everything must just go well. Then the second visit was the following year, whereby the planning was, how do we map the way forward now, because the year has begun, and in line with that, what are his requirements as to what is it that he wants to see happening? Me being the assistant to him, I must just make sure that even when I advise, is in line with our duty.
And there was no contact with either Mr. Matlala or
No.
Mr. Molefe on either. So everything that you say about Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe is from what was reported to you by others.
Correct, yeah.
Is there anything else that you would want to add in relation to your relationship with Mr. Msibi?
No, so far, I think I've covered all aspects.
Then on page 45, C2, 123, you address Mr. Motsumi. If you can read that paragraph.
C2, Mr. Mutsumi, paragraph 2.2.2. I know Mr. Stephen Mutsumi. I met him through the late Mr. Msibi in or around 2012 or 2013 at Msibi's premises in Wood Hill. Our acquaintance is a social one arising from our shared connection to Mr. Msibi. There is no business relationship between us and no financial dealings of any kind between us. C3, Mr. Katiso Molefe, paragraph 2.2.3. I know Mr. Katiso Molefe. I've already met him as far back as 2016 and 17 in Woodhill Golf Estate at Msibi's Woodhill home. I came to know him through the late Mr. Msibi. I've met him a few times and have also met him at what I understand to be Mr. Msibi's farm. Our acquaintance is social and arose entirely through the late Mr. Msibi. There is no business relationship between us and no financial dealings of any kind between us.
Sorry, I thought when you were asked about the two occasions that you visited the farm, you said you did not encounter either Mr. Matlala or Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
In the farm. So when you say here,
This is Wood Hill.
oh, this is Woodhill, the
Yes.
farm. Okay.
No, it's Wood Hill, Pretoria here, Pretoria East.
No, it says here, I have met him a few times and have also met him at what I understand to be Mr. Msibi's farm. That's the part I don't understand.
I've met him a few times and I've also met him in what I understand to be, it's an error, maybe per.
Yes, so
Yes,
that's what
yeah.
confused
Yes,
me.
thank
What did
you,
you mean
thank
to
you.
say there?
Come again?
What did you mean to say there? Did you mean to limit it to
I
Woodhill?
met him in Wood Hill.
Yes.
Yeah. Our acquaintance is social and arose entirely through the late Mr. Msibi. There is no business relationship between us and no financial dealings of any kind between us. C4, Mr. Ignatius Pero Mtagati, paragraph 2.2.4. I know Mr. Ignatius Pero Mtagati. My history with Mr. Mtagati is longer and more textured than a connection arising through the late Mr. Msibi. I first met Mr. Mtakati in approximately 1990 or 91 when we trained together at the Health and Racquet Club in Horton. I add that at the time I met with him, he was a police officer at the time within the Sandton precinct. We were friends who socialized together in that period through our shared gym membership. A friendship formed and solidified well before I later encountered him through Mr. Msibi. I relocated from Johannesburg to Pretoria in approximately 2002 or 3, after which I lost touch with Mr. Mtakati for several years. He resurfaced in my life in or around 2015 or 16, when I encountered him at Msibi's home in Woodhill, reintroduced by Mr. Andrew Mtetwa. Since then, our relationship has been that of a long-standing friend and equally a brother. There are no business dealings between us. I know that I may at some point in the past have participated with Mr. Mtakati in a stokvel, a lawful and a cultural normal savings arrangement in this country. That stokvel participation was terminated many years ago and carries no significance beyond what stokvel participation has always meant in South African community life.
When you met him again at Mr. Msibi's home, was he still a police officer?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
I know Mr. C5, Mr. Andrew Boyja Mtakati, paragraph 2.2.5. I know Mr. Andrew Boy Mtetwa Jabu. I met him through the late Mr. Msibi at his home in Woodhill in approximately 1996-1997. I regard Mr. Mtetwa as a long-standing personal friend and colloquially a brother. Our relationship is entirely personal and social. There are no business dealings between us. 6C, Mr. Sech Kabonge, paragraph 2.2.6. I know Mr. Sech Kabonge, though not closely. My acquaintance with him arose through shared social gatherings and events in the entertainment scene in which our paths crossed over the years. He is a social acquaintance, definitely not a close friend and not a business associate. There are no business or financial dealings between us. D, business with the City of Tshwane and the TMPD, notice paragraph 2.3 and 2.4. I state this with absolute clarity. I have not done and do not do any business with the City of Tshwane or the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. None of the entities in which I hold or have held any interest, whether as a director, shareholder, member, or beneficiary, has had any contract, service level agreement, purchase order, or other commercial arrangements with the City of Tshwane or TMPD, whether directly or as a subcontractor. The sub-paragraphs of paragraph 2.3 of the notice requiring details of entity names, agreement duration, service natures, and amounts received are not applicable. They do not apply because there are no such agreements and no such dealings. Number 132. I'm aware that Gubis 85 Solutions Pty Ltd, a private company which provides security services to me personally, may have provided services and in turn received substantial payments from the TMPD. I address my relationship with Gubis fully in part E, and I state here simply and clearly the fact that Gubis received payments from the TMPD does not mean that I receive payments from the TMPD or that I have any business relationship with TMPD. I am a client of Gubis. I'm not a dictator shareholder or beneficial owner of Gubis. I'm not responsible for Gubis' own procurement dealings.
Please, Ms. Mbanyoni, read the previous sentence. I'm not a director. So the second last sentence. So it says, I'm not a director, shareholder.
Okay, I'm not a director, shareholder, or beneficial owner of Gubis. I'm not responsible for Gubis' own procurement dealings. In response to paragraph 2.4 of the notice, no entity in which I hold or have held any interest have received any payment from a third-party company in connection with that third party's contract with the City of Tshwane or TMPD. If that has in fact happened, I have no such information and I'm not aware. No such payments have been made to any company of mine, directly or indirectly. I deny categorically that any entity of mine has been used as a conduit for funds derived from the City of Tshwane or TMPD contracts. I will attach as Annexure C the certified CIPC disclosure certificates and company registration documents for all entities in which I hold or have held a directorship, shareholding, or the member's interest. This is being prepared by my attorney and will be attached to the final version of this statement. E, the relationship with Kubi Solutions Ltd, Pty Ltd, notice paragraph 2.5, number 135. I have a business relationship with Kubi Solutions Pty Ltd as their client. I employ Gubis to provide me with personal security services. This arrangement was entered into after the assassination attempt on my life in August 2022. Having survived that attempt, in which I was shot twice with the weapon subsequently linked to 18 other serious crimes, including the murder of DJ Somebody, I took reasonably prudent and entirely lawful steps to secure professional protection for myself and my household. A formal contract governs this arrangement. Gubis invoices me monthly and I pay those invoices. This is a legitimate, commercially unremarkable and entirely lawful client service provider relationship. I have a personal relationship with Mr. Calvin Mahlangu, the founder of Gubis 85 Solution. He is also my homeboy, a person from the same community in which I grew up. He is younger than me. Our personal relationship predates the security service arrangement and is rooted in genuine community bonds. I have not received any payment directly or indirectly from Gubis 85 Solutions. The financial flow between us is entirely one-directional. I pay Gubis. Gubis does not pay me. I've never received money from Gubis, not as a remuneration, distribution, loan, commission, or in any other form. I am not a director, shareholder, or beneficial owner of Gubis 85 Solutions. I do not participate in the management, direction, or procurement activities of Gubis. I did not direct Gubis to participate in any TMPD tender process. I did not procure or facilitate the award of any TMPD contracts to Gubis through improper means. The conduct of Sergeant Kosi is alleged acting as an intermediary in connection with the Gubis arrangement with the TMPD was not directed by me, was not done at my instructions, and was not a matter in which I participated. I deny absolutely that I used Sergeant Kosi as an agent or intermediary for any purpose in connection with any organ of state. F, my relationship with Sergeant Kosi, notice paragraph 2.6, number 139. I'm aware that Sergeant Kosi testified before this commission over several days in March 2026. I'm also aware and record it respectfully, but clearly, that the Honorable Chairperson of this commission, the retired Judge Justice Madlanga, made explicit adverse credibility findings against Sergeant Kosi, finding that he was not being truthful in his evidence. I'm further aware that Sergeant Kosi was, following those adverse credibility findings, arrested. I engaged with the commission on the accurate record of my relationship with Sergeant Kosi based on my personal knowledge, not on the discredited version he advanced. F1, the nature of relationship and when it started. Paragraph 2.
I don't remember what I said, but was it already findings at that stage, or was I engaging him?
I think it was findings. I was listening attentively.
Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Nature of relationship and when it started, paragraph 2.6.1 and 2.6.2. I first encountered Sergeant Nkosi at the Woodhill location where the late Mr. Msi was staying. Our acquaintance thus arose through my long-standing relationship with Mr. Msibi. Following Mr. Msibi's passing in 2024, and after a significant gap of approximately 4 years, since our initial encounter at Woodhill, I reconnected with Mr. Nkosi. The contents of the reconnection was entirely one of personal safety and the industry peace. Specifically, I needed to arrange peace meetings in KwaZulu-Natal in circumstances where my life was at genuine risk. Those KZN peace meetings were precisely the kind of fragile, high-stakes mediation, and I have been involved in through my career. Meetings that required me to attend in circumstances of exposing me to further personal risk, Sergeant Nkosi's proximity to the police, and in particular to Commissioner Mkwanazi, was relevant to my ability to arrange necessary safety assurance for those fragile KZN peace meetings. The engagement with Nkosi was about brokering safety for a process essential for a peace, not about procurement, not about criminal advantage, and not about obtaining confidential police information. Number 141. The police did ultimately assist in providing the safety framework that made those KZN peace meetings possible. And Sergeant Nkosi was part of facilitating that support. This was a legitimate use of social connection with the police officer in order to advance a peace and a safety objective. It was appropriate and lawful.
Sorry, can I just clarify my understanding here? Are you saying here that you met Sergeant Nkosi at Woodhill and that you then didn't really have much contact with him until after Mr. Msibi's passing?
Correct.
Thank you. If you can continue with paragraph 142, yeah.
Okay, F2, frequency of meetings, paragraph 2.6.3. My meetings with Sergeant Nkosi were irregular. There was no fixed schedule for our contact. Sergeant Nkosi visited my home on a number of occasions in a social context. The commission has been told by Sergeant Nkosi that he visited my home on approximately 12 occasions. I do not dispute that he visited me at my home on multiple occasions. I confirm it, although I did not keep any physical account for his actual visits. Those visits were social in nature, not operational. A police officer visiting a social acquaintance home is not of itself evidence of anything improper, particularly when, as in my case, the acquaintance is a twice shot state witness under active security threat. F3, procurement discussion, paragraph 2.6.4. I categorically deny that I ever discussed any procurement matters relating to the city of Tshwane and or the TMPD with Sergeant Nkosi. No such conversation took place. F4, Sergeant Nkosi was not my agent or proxy, paragraph 2.6.5. I did not at any time use Sergeant Nkosi as my proxy, agent or representative to carry out any instructions or directions of mine in relation to any official matter. I deny this categorically. Sergeant Nkosi was not in any capacity acting on my behalf in any official context. Confidential, or F5, confidential or official SAPS information, paragraph 2.6.6. I did not request, solicit, or procure any confidential or official SAPS information from Sergeant Nkosi or from any other member of SAPS. I state the following clearly. 145.1. Any message that Sergeant Nkosi may have sent me referring SAPS activities on matters of potential sensitive nature was sent by Nkosi as a unilateral act, not at my request. I was not in a position to verify whether any information in any message I received from Nkosi was classified, official or operational sensitive. 145.2. Regarding the Laduma message, Laduma is a universally known South African exclamation used to celebrate a goal in football. I categorically deny that I had any arrangement with Nkosi involving pre-coded signals relating to police operations. Any informal celebrity message from a social acquaintance is not a conspiracy. 145.3. Regarding the message allegedly sent at approximately 02.00, referencing Special Task Force movement, to the extent that such a message was sent to me by Mr. Nkosi, I received it in the context of informal social communication from a social acquaintance. I did not act upon it. I did not use any information in it to evade or frustrate warn any associate about, but interfere with any police operation or investigation. I've never paid Sergeant Nkosi or any person any consideration, whether money, benefit, or favor for police intelligence or confidential SAPS information. 145.5. I'd raised on numerous occasions the concern about the lack of any arrest on the attempt on my life. I've raised this with Sergeant Nkosi, as I would with any person I know. More so, the fact that Mr. Nkosi was a member of the police did not entail any request for any special attention on the matter. Be that as it may, Nkosi knew my frustration with the delays or failure by the law to bring the perpetrators who had made an attempt on my life. This is why I must be clear that I did not respond to Mr. Nkosi after he said message was sent. I did not solicit the message as so receiving it did not entail. 145.6. I pause to highlight that having been a victim of such a violent crime, I saw wrong nothing with asking and engaging everyone. Hence, they reach out to the various ministers, MECs, and even Sergeant Nkosi. 146. The mere social contact between civilian and a police officer, including visits, conversation, and informal messages, does not constitute corruption of the solicitation or confidential information. What matters is the substance. The substance of my relationship with Sergeant Nkosi was social and, at relevant times, directed at legitimate safety and peacekeeping purposes. Not official, not improper, not directed at obtaining confidential information or official favor. G. My relationship with other SAPS members, notice paragraph 2.7, 147. As a businessman who has lived and worked in Tswane for many years, and who has played an active peacekeeping role in the taxi industry conflict resolution over decades, it is not remarkable that I should have come to know certain SAPS officials. I have at no stage used my relationship with any SAPS officials for any improper purpose. G1, General Shadrach Sibia, paragraph 2.7.1. I have no relationship whatsoever with the suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner, General Shadrach Sibia. I've never met him, communicated with him, or had any dealings with him of any kind. G2, paragraph 2.7.1, 149. I met General Khan on one occasion only in a professional context. He came to inquire about my matters relating to the taxi violence in the course of his official functions. After I've reported and raised concern with unresolved killings, that was a single professional encounter. I have no further dealings with General Khan. G3, General Mkhona's paragraph 2.7.1. The meeting and its initiation. I met Lieutenant General Mkhona's on a single occasion in or around April 2024, which was the second time I met him. The meeting was initiated by General Mkhona's himself through Sergeant Nkosi, who contacted me on General Mkhona's behalf to arrange the engagement. I did not seek out General Mkhona. The General reached out to me. 151. The context and the purpose. The meeting took place in the period following the death of the late Mr. Jotam Sib in 2024, a period of significant instability and renewed violence within the taxi industry. General Mkhona, acting in his official capacity, was attending to the containment of taxi violence and relevant law enforcement matters arising from the power vacuum left by Mr. Msibi passing. The specific subject matter of the meeting was the status of approximately 5 to 6 taxi violence cases in respect of which criminal investigations have been conducted, but in respect of which visible progress at the level of National Prosecution Authority had been frustratingly absent. 152, the conduct of the meeting. What distinguished this meeting from every prior engagement I had with law enforcement officials was the quality of the General Mkhona's engagement. He listened, he asked questions, he took extensive and careful notes. He treated every concern I raised as a matter deserving serious professional attention. I record this with sincerity. It was the first occasion in years of fruitless engagement with various law enforcement structures on which a senior official responded to my concern with the diligence and the commitment they deserve. 153, the outcome. Following General Mkwanazi's engagement, there was visible movement on the prosecution of specific cases I had raised, movement that had been absent for years prior. There was also a measurable reduction in the intensity of taxi killings in the period following the meeting. I do not claim that General Mkwanazi alone achieved these outcomes. I record them as observatory results that followed from the engagement. 154, the direction of the relationship. The Commission must understand the direction of this relationship with precision. I was not a figure of influence seeking to deploy a senior police official for improper purposes. I was a twice shot, long-suffering victim and industry leader who had spent years trying without success to obtain law enforcement attention for violence that had claimed lives within my professional community and that had twice claimed attempts on my life. 155, the irony of Commission's position. It is a matter of deep personal significance that the very General Mkwanazi, whose public allegations on July 6, 2025 led directly to the establishment of this commission, was a person who, only 1 year prior, had personally reached out to me to seek my assistance in addressing taxi violence. I answered that call. I provided information, I cooperated, and it is a consequence of that general subsequent public allegations that I now sit under subpoena before this commission. I record this irony not with rancor, but with the hope that this commission will assess the full picture with care and impartiality it deserves. 156, no payment or improper exchange. I confirm, as I do in part G5 of this statement, that I have no time made any payment to General Mkwanazi or provided any improper benefit or inducement of any nature in connection with any official matter. No improper exchange of any kind occurred between us. Our single meeting was a professional, law enforcement-oriented engagement properly initiated by General Mkwanazi in the exercise of his official functions and responded to by me in the exercise of my civic duty.
Before we get to G4, if I take you back to the notice, which is at page 4 of the annexure bundle, you'll see that the question under 2.71 also asked for the nature and details of your relationships with any official of the SAPS at the rank of brigadier or general, not for the nature and details of your relationships with any official of the SAPS at the rank of brigadier or general, not just Generals Khan, Mkwanazi, and Sabia. Are there any other SAPS brigadiers or generals with whom you have had a relationship and about which you can tell us?
No, not that I can remember.
So the only generals that you've encountered at SAPS are Khan, Mkwanazi, and Sabia?
No.
Sorry, not Sabia. You've never met Sabia. You've met Khan on one occasion.
Yes, yeah. Not Khan once.
And Lieutenant General Mkwanazi on a couple of occasions.
No, it's twice, before and after.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And then if you can move on to the question about police escorts.
G4, police escorts, paragraph 2.7.2. Police escorts have previously been provided to me on occasions when I attended meetings to resolve the taxi conflict and industry disputes in my well-established role as a mediator, a role I have discharged for many years, involving contending factions in an industry where violence has at times been tragically common. Police escorts in that context protect the mediator and signal official endorsement of conflict resolution efforts. Police escorts were also provided in the context of the credible and ongoing threat to my life following the August 2022 assassination attempt. A person who has been shot twice, whose assassin's weapons were linked to 18 other serious crimes, is encouraged to accept lawful police protection on the face of ongoing violence targeted at his life. I pause to add that this was not a benefit unique to me. It was a government decision to provide security to taxi industry bosses and leadership due to the killings that were emitted on them without fear. 158. I deny that the provision of police escorts to me reflects any improper relationship with any member of SAPS. The provision of police protection to a person under a credible and demonstrated threat of assassination is a legitimate function of the SAPS and is entirely consistent with the SAPS duty to protect life and limb. It is evidence of a threat that the authorities themselves recognize. 159. There has been various reports and articles that show the police actively providing protection to members of the taxi industry after having identified the killings that were taking place within the industry. 160. The then MEC, Ms. Faith Mazibugo, had initially made safety and security arrangements, including the police escort arrangement for taxi bosses, including the late Mr. BJ Mkonza, who was the chairman of Santaco Gauteng, due to the fragility and unsafe environment within which he operated and the violence in this industry. I must add that the late former Gauteng Santaco chairperson, Mr. Mkonza, who sadly passed on in November 2024, has assisted in arranging police escorts and protection for me when we attended various mediation and peace talks. Knowing exactly what was happening in the industry and the violence therein, Mr. Mkonza extended a hand to assist with protection under the help of the MEC for safety. After his passing, the treasurer of his association, that was Mr. Lefe Matimane, who also sadly passed on in or around September or October 2025, kept us assisted through his connections to receive police escorts in periods when violence was looming large. Following his passing, I have since sadly not been assisted by any police escort and have bolstered my own personal security through the employment of Kubus 85.
If I can just come in here, can you explain to us how this police escort system operated? How were you told to arrange police escorts? Who would you contact? What escorts would be provided? What were the requirements for escorts?
Yeah, from where I'm coming from, when the MEC gave the former Gauteng chairperson, Mr. Mkonza, a right to be escorted to serious meetings of taxi violence because they were so rife. What I've learned is he invited all, if they were not generous, I don't know at which level, and gave them a mandate that they must assist the chairperson of Gauteng, Mr. Mkonza, with all escorts that at the time Mr. Mkonza would need in relation to the meetings of taxi violence. Then, therefore, I was not privy to that as to who the police are. Then, me being closer to him as we were doing this, he gave me one of his...
Which is your own security, no?
Yes, and for record, I've attended only one match ever since. And for a record, I've attended only one football game.
Only one in your life?
Yes.
You may not be a true South African.
Is it because your team is doing so poorly, Mr. Sibanyoni?
No. I love Orlando Pirates. It's just the team.
No. Then you most definitely are a true South African, Mr. Sibanyoni.
Yes. And Orlando Pirates are the local leaders as we speak.
I'm aware of this.
Yes.
But you've literally only been to one football match.
Yes,
okay, let's pick back. Let's go back to the statement. 163.
Okay. 163. I've never made any payment to any member of SAPS in consideration for any official favor, confidential information, suppression of any investigation or prosecution, procurement advantage, or any other improper purpose, not to Sergeant Nkosi, not to General Khan, not to General Mkwanazi, not to General Sibia, not to any SAPS member. H. My relationship with further named individual, notice paragraph 2.8.164. I deal with each of the individuals named in paragraph 2.8 in 10. H1, Mr. Calvin Matlangu, paragraph 2.8.1. Mr. Calvin Matlangu is the founder of Kubis 85 Solutions, which provides me with security services as described in Part E. He is also my homeboy and from the same community in which I grew up. My relationship with him combines a legitimate professional client service engagement with a genuine social and community-based friendship that predates the Gubis arrangement. I deny that I hold any beneficial ownership interest in Gubis 85 Solutions through Mr. Madlanga and any other arrangement. H2, Mr. Mandla Mqina, paragraph 2.8.2. Mr. Mandla Mqina is my first cousin. His father and my mother are siblings. Ours is an entirely family relationship. We have no business dealings of any kind. In the event there has been any financial transaction between us, it's purely on a familial arrangement as family and nothing more.
Can I ask what you mean by that? Well, first of all, have there been financial transactions between you?
Come again?
First of all, have there been financial transactions between you?
Yeah, based on the relationship of being the first cousin.
And what do you mean based on the relationship?
And like I will ask assistance, he will ask assistance.
So it's essentially extending financial assistance to relatives?
Yeah, more especially during the time when I was not operating.
Thanks. If you can continue with Mr. Dlamini.
H3, Mr. Umashi Dlamini, paragraph 2.8.3. I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Umashi Dlamini. I do not know him personally. I've never met, communicated with, or had any dealings with him of any kind. I have ever associated with his brother Peter Dlamini, who's also a taxi owner and operator. He has sadly passed on about 2008 or 9. H4, Mr. Mpo Lugukela, paragraph 2.8.4. I have no relationship whatsoever with Mpo Lugukela. I've never met, communicated with, or had any dealings with him. H5, Mr. Karati Mnisi, paragraph 2.8.5. I met Mr. Karati Mnisi on one occasion. There is no ongoing personal or business relationship between us. I have never had any financial dealings with Mr. Mnisi. 170. I've addressed Mr. Minister's testimony regarding the JS identification in Part G above. I specifically deny that any meetings arranged at my home for 16 December 2021 was for any improper purpose. I reserve the right to deal more fully with Mr. Mnisi's evidence in a supplementary statement that I have studied the full transcript of his commission testimony, which my attorneys have requested and I understand are yet to receive. I add that Nkosi simply indicated that he wanted me to meet Mr. Mnisi. I know Nkosi to have always been a mover and a shaker. And so when he suggested an introduction, I did not object. This meeting was a once-off and nothing came of such a meeting.
Yeah, and can I clarify, is this the meeting that took place on 16 December 2025?
Correct. Yeah.
So that's the only occasion that you've met Mr. Mnisi?
Sure.
And it was at your house?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
H6, Mr. Chukudu Malachi, paragraph 2.8.6. I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Chukudu Malachi. I have never met, communicated with, or had dealings with. Mr. Sipo H7, Mr. Sipo Nkomo and Mr. Lebogang Piri, paragraph 2.8.7. I have no relationship whatsoever with either Mr. Sipo Nkomo or Mr. Lebogang Piri. I have never met, communicated with, or had dealings with either of them.
Mr. Chaskalson, before we, paragraph 170, where Mrs. Sibanyoni says they have requested a full transcript of Mr. Mnisi's testimony, and to date it has not been provided. As far as I'm aware, transcripts are available on the Commission's website.
Yes, I think that that's certainly been communicated to Mr. Sibanyoni's legal team.
Yes. So I think that must just be clarified, and we leave it here.
Perhaps, Commissioner, I think it included more than just the transcripts.
Oh, if that's the issue, then
yeah, it included more than it included the statements, affidavits that Mr. Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi had made to the Commission, and other documents relevant to Mr. Senior.
Then it's between that.
Yeah, it's between us. Yeah, thank you.
H8, Mr. Austin Sinkimukubung, DJ Vetis, paragraph 2.8.8. I have encountered and known Mr. Mukubung, also effectively and or commonly known in the entertainment space as DJ Vetis. I have met him on various occasions at social events in the entertainment and social schemes in which our respective paths have crossed over the years. These are social encounters. There is no personal friendship or ongoing business relationship between us. I have had no financial dealings of any significance with DJ Vetis. I am aware through the public record of the Matala proceedings that Mr. Mukubung is himself a co-victim in the criminal proceedings against Mr. Vusmuziket Matlala. That the same alleged criminal network that shot me also alleged targeted Mr. Mukubung. His status as a co-victim of the same criminal network as the one that shot me confirms in the very least that the violence of that network was not directed at me as an associate or member. It was directed at us as targets.
Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, can I understand what you're saying in that last sentence, the point that you're trying to make?
Where should I start? His status. Let me start.
Yes, his status.
His status as a co-victim of the same criminal network as the one that shot me confirms in the very least that the violence of that network was not directed at me as an associate or a member. It was directed at us as target. Let me also add H9 so that it adds up to your question as well. 174, I knew DJ Somebody's father, Mr. Sifuka, who was a member of our association, Pretoria, Mabopane Petersburg, PMP Texas Station, and an operator with us. I know him from as far back as almost 8 years ago, where Mr. Sifuka passed on as an operator. His son, Opa Sifuka, was introduced to the industry. Despite having been introduced, Opa did not carry the baton of the work his father was doing, and instead the work within the industry was taken over and instead carried on by his mother, Mrs. Sifuka. What I'm trying to explain further here is Mr. DJ Vetis there was an attempt of in his life, and I knew him from social events, and he was close to me based on that, very close. Same as Mr. Sifuka, DJ Somebody. Same space, same everything. Therefore, the attempted life of DJ Vetis and Mr. Sifuka being unalived, it was a matter of people that are close to me, irrespective whether they were in the taxi industry or were socializing together. And it did not end here, it's just that I put these two on records so that the commission can understand.
Are you conveying that they were attacked because of their proximity to you?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah. Okay. Number 175.
Sorry, can I clarify that? So your belief is that DJ Vetis and DJ Somebody were targeted because of their relationship with you?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
175. I therefore clarify that indeed I knew the late DJ Somebody. I liked him as a young man who was good at his craft and music in general. He was a celebrated South African music and entertainer who passed away in and around November 2022. I came to know him even deeper through the entertainment and social scene. We moved in broadly similar social circles and met at various events and functions in that environment. I knew him as a highly successful entertainer. Our relationship was one of social familiarity. We had no business dealings of any material kind, as set out in Part B. And as I have come to now understand, the weapons used in the assassination attempt on my life in August 22 were subsequently linked by ballistic evidence to the murder of the late DJ Somebody in November 2022. As I understand, we were linked not by any criminal association, but by the weapons of the same criminal network. 176. I need to poster the above by stating that I met and associated with a lot of people. I truly cannot be expected to know each and every person that I may have met, associated with, or having met with. I will be greatly assisted by the Commission to provide me with the evidence, as I believe the information will serve to assist me in remembering whatever it is I may have missed with various personalities. 1. The Toyota Baki Notice Paragraph 2.9, 177. The vehicle bearing registration number MG31JWGP is a Baki, specifically 2025 Toyota Hilux double cab It is not an SUV. I respectfully draw this factual correction to the Commission's attention. 178. The buggy was gifted to me by Gubi's 85 Solution Pty Ltd on the occasion of my 59th birthday. It was a birthday present, a gesture from my security service provider to mark a significant personal milestone made in the context of both the professional relationship and the genuine personal friendship between myself and Mr. Calvin Mashangu, my homeboy. Gubi's 85 Solution purchased and financed the buggy, paying the installments on the vehicle over time. The legal transfer of ownership into my name was affected only after all installments had been paid in full by Gubi's. This is commercial relation arrangement accurately reflecting when the encumbrance of the vehicle was discharged. 179. I confirm that the acquisition of this vehicle was entirely lawful. I deny that it represents an improper arrangement, financial benefit derived from public funds, or gratification under the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. It was a personal birthday gift from a service provider with whom I have long-standing and a genuine relationship. 180. I will attach as Annex B all available documentation relating to the donation of the buggy to myself by Gubi's 85.
Can I take you to Annex B? It's in the Annexure bundle. It starts at page 10.
Page 10.
Page 10. There's a separate file of annexures.
Yes.
And I see the first document is a letter from Gubis addressed to Dear Chairperson.
Where are we? I'm sorry. Page 10, 15.10.
Page 10
yes.
of the Annexure bundle.
Where is this?
Please assist.
Over there.
So this one is just a minute.
Yes, sir.
And that's a letter dated 1 March 2025 from Gubis, and it's addressed to Dear Chairperson. Do you know which organization the chairperson?
It's my foundation.
Your foundation.
Yes, sir.
So it's a letter to the chairperson of your foundation recording a gift of a buggy to you.
Okay.
And is the buggy a gift to the foundation or to you? Because the letter seems to be a little bit ambiguous in that regard. The second paragraph describes it as a birthday gift to Mr. Joe Sibanyoni, and the last paragraph suggests that the chairperson is requested to accept the gift, and presumably that would be on behalf of the foundation.
Yes.
Did you understand it as a gift to you?
Yes, I understand that way.
And if it was a gift to you, why would the letter be addressed to the foundation?
I just don't get it, because in my understanding, the foundation doesn't need a buggy at all. The foundation needs some buses as far as the way it operates. So as to up to this far, in line with the buggy, I take it that the buggy, for the mere fact that I'm using Gubi's security, in some of the compartments of that buggy is the safety for rifles. Therefore, solely for me and for my protection and the safety keeping of those rifles, not anything else.
I see. In fairness, this is a question we should ask Gubis, not you, because they're the ones who wrote the letter.
Correct.
But if we go to the next page,
Same year.
same
Page.
next page, page 11 of the same bundle.
Yeah.
This is also given to us as Annexure B, and this is a letter from an organization called PMP Transport Services. And it's addressed to Gubis. It's not clear to me how it relates to the donation of the Baki. Can you explain?
What does it say?
The letter serves as the formal appointment of Gubis by whoever the client are, which is left blank to render specialized VIP protection, escort and events security services. This appointment is made in recognition of the service provider's proven excellence, scope of services. Gubis is hereby appointed to provide VIP protection and escort services to the following main principals, namely yourself. These individuals will be regarded as the primary principals under the agreement, and on it goes. But it's not clear to me why this is relevant to the donation of the Baki.
Yeah, the Baki is not mentioned here. What I can clarify you is PMP Transport Services is an association where I operate.
You say it's an association,
Taxi association.
a taxi association.
Correct. Yeah.
But again, if one looks at the executive members, I don't see your name on it.
Yes, I'm
So
not an executive.
you're not on the executive.
I'm not an executive. This is
What's your relationship with PMP?
This is remember, I've got taxis that are operating in a particular association. This PMP association is an association whereby my taxis are operating.
So you have taxis running Pretoria, Mabopani,
Correct.
Petersburg.
Yes, yeah.
So you're a member of this association.
Correct.
But I still don't, maybe we're talking at cross purposes, but paragraph 80 says Annexure B is documentation relating to the donation of the Baki.
Yes.
So I'm trying to see the connection between this document and the donation of the Baki.
This document of PMP does not talk about the Baki. If I
That was what I thought, which is why I found
it doesn't talk
paragraph
anything about it. It talks about the security services that, that is provided by Gubis to me.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So there's nothing of a Baki in this particular.
Yes, then
Yes.
paragraph 180 needs to be corrected in that respect. Because paragraph 80 suggests that this document is relevant.
To this one.
So, sorry,
Paragraph 180 says,
of your main statement,
Yeah.
page 58 of the main statement.
if that's the case, then it needs to be rectified. But there is relevancy in these two documents. PMP is an association that I work with and is the one that pays directly Gubis on my behalf. Therefore, it was good for them to have this contract so that if they don't get payments, they know who to call. Or if there is a complaint, I know how to direct that complaint. So that's the relevancy of that.
So you say PMP pays Gubis on
My
your behalf?
Yes, yeah.
Perhaps I can also be of assistance. I think it's an administrative error because in our on the list of annexures, this document should actually fall under Annexure H. So it's an administrative error.
That may resolve some of my confusion. But if I can just clarify the arrangement, you have the taxi association contracting with Gubis.
Yes.
Appointing Gubis to provide
Correct.
security services for you.
Yes.
Who pays for those services? You or the taxi
The
association?
taxi association.
The taxi association. And then do they come back to you and say, well, we paid Gubis 20,000 rands this month. You need to pay us 20,000.
No.
No. So it's the association.
The association, yes.
And when you speak earlier about your relationship with Gubis and Gubis providing security services for you, is there a separate contract between you and Gubis for other services?
No.
So it's all done through
Yes.
PMP and the
Correct.
association?
Yes.
I understand. Let's get back to the statement, page 59.
Mr. Chaskalson and Mr. Adams, maybe just to flag for later correction, that PMP document is, which Mr. Adams says is H. If you look at H, there is an H, and H is a different document altogether. Just to flag it, or whatever corrections may need to be done later. H you find at page 81. Looks like it's different. Just for flagging. For now.
It's not to show you what is on each.
Oh, okay. What does it say?
Thank you so much. I apologize for that. There is the service level agreement that forms part of the bundle of documents to which the invoices or proof of payment is annexed. So in the main, it ought to have formed part of Exhibit H.
All right, so we move PMP page 11 to Annexure H. That's what
I
you're saying.
beg your pardon.
So we move the current page 11 up to 13. We move it to Annexure H.
We would appreciate
Part
it very
of
much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If we can then go back to page 59
Page 59.
and the presidential cartel.
Presidential cartel, notice paragraph 2.10. My attorneys have requested full particularity from the Commission regarding the term presidential cartel. Before I'm recovered to respond in detail, including the definition of the entity, its alleged membership, activities, and leadership, and the specific evidence that links me to it, I maintain that request. 182. Without prejudice to that request and based on my own knowledge and understanding, I provide the following substantive response. 182.1. The presidential cartel, to the extent this term refers to a group with which I'm personally familiar, is, in my understanding, a social club comprising of a number of young businessmen based in the Secunda and Emalahleni Witbank area of Mpumalanga. It is not and has never been a criminal organization to my knowledge. It is a social grouping of young men who have chosen to associate together and name themselves the presidential cartel. 182.2. I have no business dealings with this group as a collective entity. I have no contractual relationship with any entity known as the presidential cartel. I have not invested in, financed, or supported any enterprise conducted under that name. 182.3. I know some of the individuals members personally on a person-to-person basis. Some of them regard me as a mentor. I have, in my individual and personal capacity, provided them, some of them, with guidance and, where appropriate, some financial assistance, as I have done for various young people in my community and professional network over 42-year career. Mentorship and financial support for my young business people is not criminal. It is a form of individual social investment that is commonplace and valued in South African society. 182.4. Some members...
Sorry, can I just clarify what you say in 182.2 and 182.3? Because in 182.2,
I have no business dealings with this group as a collective entity. I have no contractual relationship with any entity known as a presidential cartel. I have not invested in, financed, or supported any enterprise conducted under that name.
and then when in 182.3, when you're saying,
I know some of the individual members personally.
sorry, can I just clarify or can I ask you to clarify my confusion?
Okay.
Are you saying that you have provided some financial assistance to individual members who associate with each other under the name of presidential cartel?
Yes, yeah. Some.
But not to any enterprise run by
Yeah,
president?
not at all.
Not at all. So there are some individuals who've been financially assisted and
Yes.
hopefully paid you back.
Yes.
But you haven't entered into any relationships with the
Entity.
group itself. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks. 182.4.
Some members refer to me as Godfather. This is a social term of respect and affection, a colloquial acknowledgement of a mentorship role in many South African communities. Persons of experience who provide guidance to younger people are referred to by this or similar terms as marks of respect. It is a social honor, not a criminal designation. 182.5. I was not involved in the formation of this social club. I was not consulted about its name. The name Presidential Cartel was chosen by the members themselves without my involvement or input. I had no role in that naming and do not endorse it. I'm not and have never been a member of any cartel in the legal or criminal sense of that word. I'm definitely not the financier of Presidential Cartel as a collective entity or as any organized group of young businessmen.
Mr. Sibanyoni, you seem to acknowledge that such a social club known as the Presidential Cartel exists.
Yes.
Are you a member of that social club?
No.
Thank you.
And you say you've mentored some of the members.
Yes.
Which of those members have you mentored?
My relationship with them is their president, so to say. My relationship directly is the guy which is their president.
And who is that?
I call it him Lungile Masego.
And no other members of the presidential cartel?
No, it's like their numbers at some point it was big. Now as we talk, I think we're talking about only 2 people.
And the only one with whom you've
Yes.
had a mentoring relationship
Sure.
is Lungile Maseko. You haven't provided financial assistance to anybody else in that
No.
group?
Okay, Stokvels and Collective Savings Organization, notice paragraph 2.11. We're sitting at number 183. Paragraph 2.11 of the notice requires me to provide comprehensive details of all Stokvels and Collective Savings Organization to which I contributed. I will provide that detail in a comprehensive supplementary statement after completing the necessary review and consultation with my legal team, and I take to deliver that supplementary statement promptly. 184. In the interim, I record the following context, which I regard as essential to a fair interpretation of this question. I have been a member of Stokvel for most of my adult and business life, from what I regard as time immemorial. Stokvel participation is not a recent activity for me. It is a lifelong feature of my community engagement. In this respect, I'm not different from millions of South Africans. 184.2, the institution of Stokvels is one of the most deeply embedded features of South African social and economic life. It is a lawful, culturally significant and affirmatively valued saving mechanism. It is regulated under the Banks Act 94 of 1990 for certain deposit thresholds and through the self-regulatory structures of the National Stokvel Association of South Africa. The Constitutional Court has recognized the importance of informal community economic institutions. Participation in a Stokvel is not evidence of criminality, it is an evidence of ordinary South African social life. 184.3, I note with concern that paragraph 2.11 of the notice, and particularly subparagraph 2.11.4, which asks whether a Stokvel's bank account was ever closed by a financial institution, why is framed in a manner that implies financial crime. I respectfully but firmly reject that implication. The framing of a question cannot convert a lawful community saving practice into evidence of wrongdoing. I've never used any stokvel or collective savings organization for the purpose of money laundering, tax evasion, or any other unlawful purpose.
Can I stop you there, Mr. Sibanyoni? The question in 2.11.4 is whether you...
2.11.
2.11.4, the question that you're answering here,
Oh, okay.
was whether any stokvels of which you've been a member have had their bank account shut down. And that seems to be a simple question. The answer is either yes or no.
Yes, yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yes, yeah.
And then the secondary question was by which financial institution?
It was APSA.
And when, and for what reasons that were communicated to you?
They just gave me what I call an exit letter. Other than that, I didn't entertain the...
And when would that have? When would that have?
It's last year early, I think. Last year.
2025.
Sure, I think so.
And which stokvel was it?
It was Shosholoza, if I'm correct. Yeah. Shosholoza, put two names, Shosholoza or Siapambili.
Shosholoza or?
Yes, or Siapambili.
Siapambili.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the name for now.
And they didn't give you any reasons?
No, they mentioned all the legal reasons, which I was not, I didn't want to pursue all those legal terms. Once I got that exit letter, then I had to follow the instructions and move.
Can we ask you for a copy of that exit letter? If you...
Is it not long time ago?
Yes, well, it was last year. Presumably it was emailed to you, or not?
Yeah, it should have been emailed, yes. But due to some matters that are arising now from the police, they took my phone and all these things. I didn't find anything when my phone was given back to me. So I've started afresh. But there is a way, but it shouldn't be it's going to be a difficult exercise.
We can also ask APSA.
Yes, simple as all that. Yeah, for me,
we'll do that. Sorry, I interrupted you there. You're at 184.4.
184.4. There is a deep irony in the fact that a man was born, raised in Kwaggafontein in Mpumalanga, who has participated in stokvels as part of the community life since he was a young man, is now being required before a judicial commission with prosecutorial consequences to account for his stokvel participation as if it were suspicious. Stokvel participation is not evidence of a criminal mindset. It is evidence of a South African life. If stokvel participation were evidence of criminality, a very large proportion of the South African adult population would need to account for themselves. I will provide complete details once I have clarity from the Commission. It is truly impractical for me to have to go back 42 years and provide information of this nature with no direction of what is being referred to at all.
Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, that paragraph 184.5
yes,
would suggest on its face that in addition to the 2025 case that you're talking about, there's other cases where a bank has closed. Is that what you're conveying? Because you say you're required to go back 42 years.
Yes, in terms of me being a stokvel person, only in that reference.
Okay, not specific to the closing of accounts. Okay, thank you.
Relationship with Edin Construction and Tengani Mining, notice 2.12, 185. The criminal charges currently pending against me in the Delmas Magistrate Court arise from the alleged conduct connected to the Molodo Road 573 aggregate supply project and involve Mr. Thomas Tengani Ntulu, whose name features in both Tengani Mining and paragraph 2.13 of the notice. I've been advised that answering questions about my relationship or any of my company's relationship with Edwin Construction Ltd and Tingana Mining Pty Ltd may constitute or contribute to self-incriminating evidence in those proceedings. 186.
Can I just raise something there? I have a difficulty with these three paragraphs, and there are
Which one?
185, 186, 187, and then it's a difficulty that's more is broader than these three paragraphs because the same difficulty arises elsewhere. The first issue, and that I think I've clarified with Mr. Abrams, this commission can't grant any use immunity, doesn't have the power. So the request in 187, even if the commission was inclined to assist you, just can't. The legal position is essentially twofold. You are entitled, if you say that information may incriminate you, you're entitled to assert a privilege against self-incrimination and to say you won't answer the question because you may incriminate yourself. But you have to make out a case that is sufficient to satisfy the commission that there's a risk of incriminating yourself there. If you choose to say something on a question like this, whatever you say can't be used against you in any criminal trial. So any answer that you give to this question will not be something that the criminal court in Delmas can have regard to. But my problem arises here. I presume on the advice of your legal team in paragraph 186, you assert a right against self-incrimination and decline to answer the question. The problem I have with that is that at various points through the paragraph, through the affidavit, sometimes generally, sometimes specifically in relation to the Delmas case, you make clear that you've never done anything unlawful.
Correct.
So if you have done nothing unlawful, I don't think that you can plead a privilege against self-incrimination because there is nothing that may incriminate you if you have not done anything unlawful. To plead a privilege against self-incrimination, you have tacitly to admit that there is a crime out there of which you might be found guilty if you were to give the answer. And where you repeatedly state, both generally and specifically in relation to the Delmas charges, I've behaved completely lawfully, I've committed no unlawful act, the charges are unfounded. I don't think you can assert a privilege against self-incrimination to decline to answer questions about that overlap with allegations against you in a criminal trial. That's my concern. So it's an issue to consider, not so much now, but because there is going to be a supplementary statement.
Correct.
But if there is going to be a supplementary statement, it seems to me you're going to have to make an election. If you maintain, and you have consistently through this affidavit, that you've done nothing unlawful, that you have not committed any crime, and then certainly my view is it's not open to you to decline to answer these questions on the grounds that you may incriminate yourself, because you're saying there's nothing that could incriminate me.
Sorry, Mr. Chesterton. I don't know whether you are done with your point, the one on self-incrimination.
I would like to just
All right.
amplify it. So both in relation to the supplementary statement and in relation to your preparation for when you return and when you will be questioned specifically about what you have said in the statement, I want to alert you to the fact that I'm certainly going to submit at that point that if you maintain that you have done nothing unlawful, you cannot at the same time decline to answer these questions. It's not for you to answer now, because there's nothing for you to answer now, but I do want to put it on record so that your legal team understands both what we expect of it, or of you, and of them advising you in relation to the supplementary statement, and how we intend to proceed when it comes to questioning you.
I think what I wanted to suggest that you might be minded to respond, because this raises a legal question that may, in a sense, have been addressed by what Mr. Shaskalson says right at the tail end, because he says he will submit at a later stage, and assume at a stage when there may be a supplementary affidavit. So maybe you two might want to address us at that stage. Should we leave it at that for now?
Thank you, Chairperson. We may leave it at that, but we definitely will make legal submissions at the appropriate time, in defense of the position that Mr. Sibanyoni will be taking on the specific issues that are raised within in that regard. And of course, we'll prepare Mr. Sibanyoni appropriately in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just to clarify, it's not just in relation to the supplementary affidavit, it's also in relation to the next round of questions when Mr. Sibanyoni returns, because that's where it will really arise, I think, most prominently.
Thank you.
Can I continue?
Certainly, and we're at 188 now on page 62.
Okay. Communications with Mr. Ntuli and the meetings. Notice paragraph 2.13. The allegations 188. The allegations in paragraph 2.13 directed at WhatsApp communications with Mr. Ntuli. All meetings held with or by Mr. Sindani with Mr. Ntuli, and any payments made at my direction or Mr. Sindani's direction directly traverse the subject matter of the extortion and money laundering charges presently pending against me in the Delmas Magistrate. I formally invoke my right under section 35.3J of the Constitution in respect of paragraph 189. However, consistent with the approach I've adopted throughout these statements, providing non-incriminating context wherever I'm able to do so in the spirit of genuine cooperation, I record the following factual background regarding how I came to know Mr. Ntuli, which I'm able to provide without prejudicing my criminal defense, and which I believe materially assist the Commission's understanding. The Commission should know from the outset that Mr. Thomas Tengani Ntuli came to me. I did not go to Mr. Ntuli. Mr. Ntuli was seeking me. I was not seeking Mr. Ntuli. The sequence of events that brought us together as is follows. 190.1. In or around early 2022, Mr. Ntuli contacted Mr. Mvimbi Daniel Masilela from a telephone number that Mr. Masilela apparently did not recognize or link to Mr. Ntuli. On that call, Mr. Ntuli requested a same-day meeting. At that time, Mr. Masilela had a role as project liaison officer, community liaison officer in the Kwaggafontein area. 190.2. Apparently, when Mr. Masilela met Mr. Ntuli, he recognized him from a prior encounter in approximately 1995 when Mr. Ntuli had been a ward councillor in Brongospruit. On this second encounter, Mr. Ntuli explained his purpose. He had a quarry permit and wanted to supply raw materials to Sanral in connection with the Moloto Road R573 project. He further disclosed that he had additional business projects in mind, including proposed mall development and a chicken farm. 190.3. Crucially, Mr. Ntuli explained that he was not a local. He did not qualify for the 30% local content requirements applicable to the project's requirements of the quarry. He wanted to penetrate the local business market and needed a partner who was locally based and locally connected. Specifically, he stated that he needed to be introduced to locally influential people because he lacked the local connections and local standing required to access business opportunities in the area. 190.4. At the top of his mind, Mr. Ntuli identified me as the president of the local business forum and a member of the project liaison committee established for the Sanral project. Mr. Ntuli was taken to a meeting at the Imtunzini restaurant where introductions were made. They subsequently proceeded to a meeting at my house where I was requested to meet him at his request. 190.5. At that time, Mr. Ntuli explicitly stated that he had heard a great deal about me, that he had been looking very hard to find me, and that he wanted to work with me. He presented the quarry project, the SANRAL supply opportunity, and his need for a local partner who could provide local content ownership for the project to qualify for local content requirements, and as a result of legitimate participation in the quarry project. 191. I record this sequence of events because it is directly relevant to the Commission's inquiry and to the characterization of my conduct. Mr. Ntuli was not a person I targeted, sought out, or approached. He was a businessman from outside the area who specifically sought a person of my standing and connections in order to access business opportunities that he was otherwise not entitled to because he was not a local in the area, and therefore the local content provision would automatically exclude him from participation in favor of local people. 192. I cannot, consistent with my constitutional rights in the Delmas proceedings, say more about the subject cause of our business relationship at this stage. I respectfully request use immunity in order to provide a fuller account once my constitutional rights can be adequately protected.
And again, just to flag for your legal
Yes.
team, the same concerns that I've raised previously would apply to this section.
We acknowledge that, and
Yes.
we intend to deal with it in the same format going forward on the next occasion.
Relationship with co-accused and related person, notice paragraph 2.14, without prejudice, 193, sorry, Commissioner. 193, without prejudice to the constitutional invocation above and without waiving any right, I provide the following non-incriminating background. 193.1, Mr. Mvimbi Daniel Masilela, paragraph 2.14.1, Mr. Mvimbi Daniel Masilela and my brother are connected through marriage. Their families are linked by marital ties. Our families are thus connected through that familial bond. This is a matter of family background and public family record. Beyond that familial background, all questions regarding my dealings with Mr. Msila in the context of any business or financial arrangements are formally reserved under Section 35(3)J of the Constitution. 193.2, Mr. Stanley Masilela, paragraph 2.14.2. Mr. Stanley Masilela is a homeboy and a friend from the neighborhood where I grew up. We have a long-standing social relationship that predates any matter presently before any court. To the extent that my relationship with Mr. Stanley Masilela...
Sorry. It's Msiza.
Msiza, yes. Sorry.
You said Masilela a few times.
Yes. No, it's Msiza. My apology. We have a long-standing social relationship that predates any matter presently before any court. To the extent that my relationship with Mr. Stanley Msiza traverses any matters at issue in the Delmas criminal proceedings, I formally invoke my right under Section 35(3)J of the Constitution in respect of all such conduct. 193.3, Mr. Makaya Msiza, paragraph 2.14.3. I know Mr. Makaya Msiza as a friend from the neighborhood where I grew up. Ours is a long-standing personal acquaintance rooted in our shared community background. To the extent that any aspect of my relationship with Mr. Makaya Msiza is connected to matters at issue in the Delmas proceedings, I invoke my right under Section 35(3)J of the Constitution accordingly. O, Part 0, Muloto Road Construction Projects, notice paragraph 2.15, number 194. I formally invoke my right under Section 35(3)J of the Constitution not to be compelled to give self-incriminating evidence in respect of paragraph 2.15 of the notice. The criminal charges in the Delmas proceedings relate specifically to alleged conduct in the connection with the Muloto Road 573, R573, aggregate supply project. Any answer I provide to paragraph 2.1 may constitute or contribute to evidence directly relevant to those charges and potentially adverse to my defense in those proceedings. I respectfully request that the Commission grant me use immunity in respect of any evidence I may give in answer to paragraph 2.15 so that I may assist the Commission fully without prejudicing my position in the Delmas criminal proceedings. P. Relationship with 10 named individuals and support provided notice paragraph 2.16196. Before addressing each individual named in paragraph 2.16, I record a general observation. I've been in business for more than 42 years. Over that period, I've met many thousands of people in the taxi industry, in business, in my community, at social and cultural events, and in all other contexts through which a person of standing builds a life. It will be unreasonable to expect me to know every person who may be mentioned in document to this kind, much less to be responsible for the character or conduct of every person with whom I've acquainted. 197. I also record the cultural social context in which the concept of support must be understood. It is entirely normal and accepted in South African life, and it reflects the Ubuntu philosophy, foundation to our constitutional democracy, for persons of means to provide financial assistance, school fees, bursaries, community contributions, or other forms of support to people in their community and family networks. Where I've assisted any person financially, I did so as an expression of genuine care for their well-being, not as a form of criminal inducement. It will truly be regrettable to term assistance of this kind to people as having some criminal connotation. 198. In respect of each of the 10 individuals' names in paragraph 2.16, 198.1, Mr. Jabu Kwabu Madlanga, 2.16.1. I know Mr. Madlanga is the son of the late friend of mine. My acquaintance with him is through that filial connection. I have not provided any financial or material support to Mr. Madlanga. 198.2, Mr. Mandla Mtsweni, 2.16.2, Mr. Mtsweni is my nephew, the son of my sister. Ours is a family relationship. Any assistance I may have rendered to him is as an uncle to his nephew. In the ordinary course of family life, entirely consistent with Ubuntu and with normal family relationship. 198.3, Mr. Norman Skosana, 2.13.3. To my recollection, I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Skosana. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings with of any kind with him. 198, Mr. Surprise. 198.4, Mr. Surprise Ngotela. 2.16.4. To my recollection, I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Ngotela. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings with any kind with him. 198.5, Mr. Ben Mabuza. 2.16.5. To my recollection, I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Mabuza. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings with of any kind with him. 198.6, Mr. George Besis Kosana. 2.16.6. To my recollection, I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Skosana. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings of any kind with him. 198.7, Mr. Skosana Klimba. 2.16.7, to my recollection, I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Klimba. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings of any kind with him. 198, Mr. Bongani Oros Simon Mguni Stroke Mtimunye. 2.16.8, to my recollection, I have no relationship whatsoever with this individual under either surname or nickname Oros. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings with any kind with them. 198.9, Mr. Kanyiseleni Mbata. 2.1619, to my recollection, I had no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Mbata. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings of any kind with him. Number 198.10, Mr. Sfundo Mhlongo. 2.16.10, to my recollection, I have no relationship whatsoever with Mr. Mhlongo. I've never met, communicated with, or had dealings of any kind with him. Q, the farm and its power, a state within the state. 199. I introduced this part at this juncture in the statement because it provides the essential constitutional and institutional context within which every answer in this document must be understood. It addresses the phenomenon that has defined my professional life, threatened my personal life, and that this commission has been established in part to investigate. I do not draft this part lightly. I draft it because the truth requires it, and because I'm before this commission under oath. 1. The Farm as Command Center Number 200. The farm of the late Mr. Jotams was situated near Hammanskraal to the north of Pretoria, Tshwane, was not merely a rural property or a private home. Having visited the farm on at most 2 occasions between 2019 and 2020, and I have set out in Part C1 of this statement, it functioned as the operational and political command center of an organization that wielded power far beyond the boundaries of the minibus taxi industry. I do not exaggerate what I observed. I therefore depose what I know from direct experience. The farm was a seat of power whose significance and reach were understood and widely accepted within the industry and far beyond it. Number 2, reports of Mr. Msibi's reach into government. Number 201, I do not make reckless or unsupported allegations. I'm acutely conscious of the gravity of what I'm about to record and depose to as a matter of constitutional duty, not casual accusation. What I depose to in this subsection are matters of common and widespread knowledge within the taxi industry and its circles beyond it. Matters that informed my understanding of the true nature of danger I faced. I advance these matters not as individual proven facts in a court of law, but as a landscape of perception, report, and common industry knowledge within which I navigated my professional and personal existence for many years. 202. Within the taxi industry and far beyond it, there has been and continues to be persistent reports and a widespread, deeply shared belief that the late Mr. Jotam Msibi exercised influence that intended to the highest echelons of government and the state. It was said and commonly accepted in the most senior industry circles that decision of significance within relevant state departments and structures could not be taken without Mr. Msibi's knowledge or acquaintances. It was reported, as I heard this not once but many times from multiple sources over many years, that Mr. Msibi's practical power was indistinguishable from the power of the state itself in the relevant domains. 203. I do not advance these reports as standing alone as established facts. I depose to them as matters that fundamentally shaped my understanding of the danger I faced. That danger was not merely the danger of criminal organization operating in the shadows of the state. It was the danger of an entity with what appeared to be state-level reach and state-level protection. A person who understands that individual who wants him killed may have allies within the very apparatus and constitutional charge with protecting him occupies a fundamentally different position from a person facing merely a private criminal adversary. 204. Critically, I do not stand alone in the assessment of the farm's reach into the organs of the state, as deposed in Part B4 of this statement when I raised this profound concern about my safety with the then Honorable Minister of Transport, Ms. Sindisiwe Chikunga, in a capacity as the political principal of the department constitutionally responsible for governing and regulating the mini taxi industry. The minister stated explicitly that he was aware of that certain officials within the Department of Transport have divided allegiances and did in fact report to the farm. These were the minister's own words, communicated directly to me in an inflammatory manner, but in a consent manner. 205. The implications of the minister's disclosure are constitutionally profound. The very arm of the state responsible for regulating and governing the minibus taxi industry was, on the state's own admission through its political principle, compromised with the officials answering not to the constitution, not to the law, not to the minister who was their constitutional superior, and not to the South African public, but to a private individual operating from a farm outside Pretoria. This is not peripheral to the mandate of this constitution. It is a precise essence of the institutional capture that this commission was established to investigate and expose.
Mr. Sibanyoni, I think it's fair that I must give you the opportunity to answer this question. You and I discussed earlier that you succeeded Mr. Msibi after his passing. If it is true that he wielded this power that he wielded, and some government officials and or departments reported to him, did that power that he wielded pass on to you? Are you now his successor as far as the power to influence the government and people reporting to the farm, as you say? Are you now the person that they are reporting to?
Not at all. Not at all. I specifically deal with taxi matters that concerns the members of the taxi business. That is the long and the short.
So the power that the farm wielded, it no longer exists.
No, it's not with me.
Where does it rest?
I don't know. The Shongwe Commission's findings, independent systematic confirmation, 206. The Shongwe Commission of Inquiry into the minibus taxi type services, violence, fatalities, and instability in the Gauteng province made detailed findings that are wholly consistent with and independently corroborative of the picture described in this part. The Commission found in Part E, Section 6 of its final report that some victims of the taxi-related violence testified to and provided anecdotal evidence of collusion between some law enforcement officials, especially members of the SAPS, and those responsible for provoking and fanning the flames of violence. That complaints were informed on the details of their confidential complaints by the very persons against whom they have made those complaints, often accompanied by intimidation and threats that many witnesses hold a firm belief, backed by many examples, that some law enforcement officers actively collaborate with criminal elements, aiding and abetting their criminal activities while protecting them from the law. And that planned law enforcement operations within the industry were on multiple occasions compromised by leaks emanating from within law enforcement itself. Information about raids and roadblocks being communicated to targets so that they could take precautions to avoid arrest.
Sorry, Mr. Sibanyoni, I just want to clarify what, again, is your opinion and what is just a report of the Shongwe Commission.
No, that's the Shongwe Commission.
I understand that,
Yes,
but what you say in the introductory sentence is that the Shongwe Commission made detailed findings that are wholly consistent with and independently corroborative of the picture described in this part. So when I read this paragraph, well, at least when I initially read it, I thought that you were endorsing those findings. So I'd like to take them one by one and just understand what you say about them. Whether you think you agree with the conclusion, disagree, or have some comment that you want to make. So I see 4 key conclusions here. The first one is at line 3, starts at line 3 of page 70. Collusion between some law enforcement officials, especially members of the SAPS, and those responsible for provoking and fanning the flames of violence. That was a conclusion of the Shongwe Commission. Do you agree with that conclusion? Do you disagree with it?
I can't take you further because a lot of people gave evidence in the commission. So for me, from my side, I can't elaborate of something that I'm not, that I didn't mention or that I don't know.
So you are not aware of any collusion between law enforcement officials, members of the SAPS, and the people responsible for it? You're not aware?
No, not at all.
Are you aware that complainants in taxi violent cases were informed of the details of their confidential complaints by the very persons against whom they'd made the complaints, accompanied by intimidation and threats? Are you aware of any of those types of cases? Someone lays a charge, the person against whom they've laid the charge then comes back and tells them, I hear you've laid this charge against me, you better be careful.
Yeah, no, same thing with that, I don't know.
You don't have any personal knowledge of that?
Yes.
The third one is some law enforcement officers actively collaborate with criminal elements, aiding and abetting their criminal activities while protecting them from the law.
Yeah, same with me personally, I don't know.
Planned law enforcement operations within the industry are on multiple occasions compromised by leaks emanating from within law enforcement itself. Information about roads and raids and roadblocks being communicated to the targets so they can take precautions to avoid arrest.
Yes.
Are you aware of any of that?
No.
Okay, let's go to 207.
207. The Commission further found in Part E, Section 5 of its final report that it is widely known in the taxi industry that some operators serve as proxies for law enforcement officers who use them to conceal direct financial and business interests in the taxi industry, a practice that contravenes the National Land Transport Act and that the Commission identified as a direct source of conflicted law enforcement. These findings of collusion, proxy ownership, of deliberate or personal leaks, and of officers protecting those they should be investigating describe not isolated incidents of individual misconduct, but a systemic and structural pattern of state's capture at the law enforcement and transport governance level. Should I continue? That's the Shongwe Commission report.
Please do.
Okay. Number 4, Shongwe Commission report, Part E, Section C, collusion, PP 48-49. Some victims of the taxi violence testified to and provided anecdotal evidence of collusion between some law enforcement.
Sorry, we've been through there. I'm looking for paragraph 208, page 71.
That's what I was asking. Thank you. My unique vantage point, 208. I occupy a unique and a painful vantage point in relation to everything described in this part. I'm not a bystander, a researcher or a commentator. I was for many years a senior leader within the same industry, operating in the highest levels alongside Mr. Msibi. I know from direct, intimate and irreplaceable personal experience the texture and character of power that the firm represented. I witnessed it from the inside across many years of our shared professional relationship. I do not speculate or infer. I depose from lived experience under oath to what he directly observed and understood. 209. I depose accordingly not to implicate any person without proper evidentiary foundation and not to make assertions that exceed the scope of my personal knowledge. I depose to ensure that...
Sorry, can I just take you up on that first sentence? Because I find myself in a position where I'm slightly concerned for Mr. Molefe. You've said in your statement, Mr. Molefe moved his drug-related operations to the farm. Now that's implicating a person in very serious criminal misconduct. Now I want to understand what the proper evidentiary foundation for that is, and what assertions that you make in that regard are within your personal knowledge.
Which one?
Well, there is a statement that you make that Mr. Molefe, Mr. Katiso Molefe, moved his drug operations to the farm and was conducting them from the farm.
Yes,
I need to understand what the evidentiary foundation for that statement is.
Yeah, I've mentioned that was a hearsay. I've mentioned that, and some of those things were like live information in a sense that the person who called me was like giving live information as to here he is now, this and this is what is happening. Yeah.
So in that respect, the allegations against Mr. Molefe that you make in this statement are allegations that exceed the scope of your personal knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you.
I depose to ensure that this commission understands the institutional, quasi-governmental character of the power against which I have found myself and continue to find myself, essentially defenseless, a man who can be shot twice, whose closest associates can be murdered without effective investigation, whose concerns can be raised with ministers, generals, and MECs without consequential results, and who now finds himself compelled to appear before a commission whose independence from the very influential described in this part, I cannot without demonstrated assurance simply assume. The hope that died, Mr. Msibi's death and its aftermath. Number 210, when Mr. Jotam Msibi passed away in 2024, I experienced for the first time in many years something I had not permitted himself to feel. I experienced hope, I experienced the genuine, tentative and quietly overwhelming possibility that the cycle of violence and persecution and that defined so significant a portion of my adult life might finally be at the end. The source of the threat, the architect of so much suffering directed at me was indeed gone. I dared cautiously and with the reserve of a man who has learned a lot not to trust come to believe that I might at last be free, that my family might finally be safe. 211, that hope was short-lived. As I set out elsewhere in the statement, the period following Mr. Msibi's death was marked by renewed instability within the industry, the emergence of new competing threats, and my own good faith efforts to restore peace and stability. Those efforts have not been rewarded with protection, security, or gratitude. They've been rewarded with a subpoena, with the circumstances that surround his compelled appearance before this commission and many others. 212, I truly hope and pray that this commission understands the gravity of the concerns I raise here. The constitutional dimension.
This is essentially a legal submission, so I think given the hour of the day, I would prefer if we just move forward to section R. We certainly note what is being said at the level of law in paragraphs 213 and 214.
Okay. R. Discussion with Mr. Sindane regarding Izinkabi, notice paragraph 217, 215. The notice at paragraph 2.17 directs me to provide details of all your discussions with Mr. Sindane over the period of 2024 to 2026 in relation to the employment assessment or support of Izinkabi. 216. I hereby formally and emphatically invoke my right under section 35.3 of the Constitution not to be compelled to give self-incriminating evidence in respect of paragraph 217 of the notice. I further invoke my right under section 35(1)(b) to remain silent. I do so on the following basis. Mr. Oba Sindane is a co-accused of mine in the Delmas criminal proceedings. 216.2, the allegations in paragraph 217 have been discussions about the employment assessment or support of Izinkabi. In the event such a reference relates to matters directly or intimately connected to the Delmas criminal proceeding and potentially to the attempted assassination of my person in August 2022, the term Izinkabi is, in common South African usage, understood to refer to contract killers or hitmen. 216.3, answering questions about my discussion with Mr. Sindane regarding Izinkabi, in the sense of which the Commission appears to use that term, could constitute self-incriminating evidence in the Delmas criminal proceedings. The procedures to my fertile rights will be severe and potentially irreversible. 2164, I rely on SV and others 1995/2 SA 642 CC Ferreira versus Levin number, Frey Hook versus Powell number 1996/1 SA 984 in bracket CC and Bennett versus Absa Bank Ltd 2011 in bracket 3 SA 92 in bracket CC. In support of this invocation, I must add,
Mr. Abrams,
I don't know this term.
it doesn't assist us much not to have pin sites for coded cases, because now we'll be forced to read the entire case when sometimes it may not be necessary to do so. Can we be provided with pin sites, please?
Yes. Sorry. The relevance of...
No. I'm not asking for, I'll just say, just give us the pin site or paragraph numbers. Let me put it that way. At a later stage, not now.
Oh, absolutely.
Please.
We're happy to do so.
Please, thank you.
I was somewhat perplexed there for a few seconds.
Now you know what a pin site. Now you know what a pin site is.
Yeah, we had Edom. Thank you.
Thank you.
217. I must add that discussing issues of Izinkabi has always been there. It will always be there as long as the threat persists. There is no question that Izinkabi were heavily deployed by the late Msibi within the taxi industry. The concern around all of our safety has always existed, to the extent that such discussions would have been discussed as a common threat against any people under a set of circumstances. We surely would have discussed this. I, however, have no record of such discussions and will await further information on the issue to properly engage the matter meaningfully. 218. I note and strongly highlight the bitter irony. I was myself the victim of assassination attempts, once in 2006 and once in 2022, involving precisely the kind of contract violence that the term Izinkabi denotes in its criminal sense. Any suggestions that I was involved in commissioning such violence must be assessed in the light of the undisputable fact that I was twice on the receiving end of it, and I have cooperated with the state as a witness in the prosecution of those responsible. 219, I make the following statement as a matter of unconditional and categorical record. 219, I deny unequivocally and categorically that I've at any time discussed with Mr. Sindani or with any other person the commission, employment, assessment, or support of any individual for the purpose of carrying out murders or other unlawful acts of violence against any person. This denial has been made by me personally after consultation with my legal representatives with a full understanding of the consequences of making this practice statement under oath. 219.2, I respectfully request that the Commission not draw any adverse inference from my invocation of constitutional rights in respect of this paragraph. The invocation of a constitutional right is not evidence of guilt. It is the exercise of a right that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa guarantees to every person. 219.3, in a spirit of cooperation and without prejudice to my constitutional invocations and without waiving any right, I provide the following factual context, which is a non-incriminating. I first came to know Mr. Opasindani.
Sorry, that's
the one that, yes, yeah. Can we skip it then? Where should we start? In the period following?
In the period.
Yeah. In the period following Mr. Msibi's passing in 2024, there was a significant arrest within the taxi industry. Taxi violence escalated sharply and suddenly. Approximately 6 taxi drivers were killed in a relatively short period. Taxi strikes disrupted services and created substantial fear and instability. This was a period of genuine crisis in the industry and well documented as such. One that demanded leadership responses from those like myself who have spent their careers working for peace and stability within it. 22-1. In the context of widespread fear and instability.
Perhaps if we could, with your leave, Honorable Chairperson, if one looks at paragraph 2021 and paragraph 2020, the preceding paragraph, we made amendments to those. These are repetitions of earlier paragraphs in respect of which we had made amendments. Hence, my learned friend had directed the first sentence of the previous paragraph not be read. And in respect of paragraph 22-1, the name Mr. Sindani that occurs on 2 occasions, on the 2nd line and on the 5th line, needs to be substituted with the name Tebe.
We did that this morning.
Oh, we did that.
Or did you not change it on yours? You changed it on yours as well,
yes,
Mr. Sibanyoni.
Yes.
Yes. We did it in the, right at the beginning. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Sibanyoni.
2-1. In the context of the widespread fear and instability and the threat of Izinkabi, I contacted Mr. Tebe. The purpose of my
in the morning, you even gave us the first name. You said Mr. Abner Tebe. Yeah.
The purpose of my contact was one of peacekeeping, specifically to discuss what steps could be taken to contain the violence, to restore stability within the taxi industry, and to protect taxi workers and drivers who feared for their jobs and their safety. Mr. Tebe was a figure whose engagement I believed could assist in constraining the killings and the broader disturbance. This was a conflict resolution and peacekeeping call, an exercise of exactly the kind of community responsibility and industry leadership that I have discharged throughout my career. 222. I must address the Commission's use of the term Izinkabi with great care and necessary specificity. The term Izinkabi does not carry a single fixed meaning in all contexts. In its criminal connotation, the connotation in which the Commission plainly uses it in paragraph 2.17, it refers to contract killers or hitmen. 223. However, within the South African taxi industry, which has its own culture, internal lexicon, and established terminology, the word Izinkabi is also used to refer to guards deployed at taxi rank These are individuals who maintain order and security at taxi rank facilities, protecting drivers, commuters, and rank infrastructure. They are commonly referred to within the taxi industry as izinkabi. This dual usage is well understood by those familiar with the taxi industry. 224. I've addressed this dual usage at the Shogwe Commission structural findings of izinkabi in Part A.5.6. Above, the Commission documented that 100% of those killed in taxi-related violence were shot with high-caliber rifles as well as small firearms, some of the kind issued to state agencies, and that izinkabi are typically recruited from other provinces, predominantly KwaZulu-Natal, and paid from the pocket money system. That structural context is essential to any fair assessment of the Commission's question at notice paragraph 2.17. 225. The discussion that formed the background to my contact with Mr. Abnatseb in 2024 were about the broader security environment within the taxi industry following Mr. Msibi's death, including the question of rank guarding and security, the deployment of peacekeepers to contain the violence, the running of taxi patrols, and the protection of rank workers who feared losing their livelihood. These were legitimate, industry-specific discussions about maintaining order and protecting jobs. They were not, and I state this categorically, discussions about the employment, assessment, or support of contract killers or hitmen. 226. I repeat and confirm in the most emphatic and ambiguous terms my categorical denial at paragraph 112.1 above. I've never at any time discussed with Mr. Sindani or with any other person in the Commission employment, assessment, or support of any individual for the purpose of carrying out any murder, attempt murder, act of violence, and any other unlawful act against any person.
I think you said ambiguous in the first line is unambiguous.
No, okay.
Don't go back. Please continue.
Thank you, Commissioner. I draw the Commission's attention to the significance of my role as first state witness against Mr. Vusimuzi Ketmatala in the Johannesburg High Court. I meant to testify under oath against the men who allegedly ordered the attempt to kill me. The suggestion that a person who survived assassination attempts and who is yet to testify as a state witness against the perpetrators was simultaneously engaging in discussions about the hiring of hitmen is not merely incorrect, it is inherently and logically implausible. It contradicts the fundamental narrative of the Commission's own evidence, which cast me as a target of organized crime violence, not as its architects. As documented in my position, notice paragraph 3.
Mr. Sibanyoni, I think the rest of the statement I think will be addressed in legal argument and in engagements between the attorneys. You may want to pick up your closing remarks at page 237.
Paragraph
237, page 81.
Should I start at 236.7?
I think 237, because 237 and 238 are just about the way forward and what will happen when you get the bundle.
237. I wish to state the following clearly as a matter of record. 237.1. I am a person who has survived 2 assassination attempts. I am a state witness in the Matlara criminal trial. I'm an accused person in the Delmas criminal proceedings. I am in all 3 capacities cooperating with the legal processes applicable to me. In none of these capacities have I sought to obstruct, delay, or frustrate justice. 237.2. My objections to the process adopted by the Commission are not the objections of a person seeking to hide the truth. They are the objections of a person who understands his constitutional rights and is determined to exercise them in full, as every South African citizen is entitled and indeed expected to do. 237.3, the principle that a person should not be required to make a statement without first being told what the case against them is not a technical legal point. It is a principle at the foundation of our constitutional democracy. This commission, as an organ of state, is bound by the Constitution to respect it. I respectfully but firmly call upon it to do so. I am aware of the provisions of number 238. I am aware of the provisions of the Commissions Act 8 of 1947 and of the regulations applicable to this commission, including the consequences of giving false evidence under oath. I've made this statement conscious of those obligations and of the sacred nature of the oath I am about to take. 239. Before I conclude this statement, I wish to address the Commission directly in my own voice as a man. I've spent more than 42 years building a legitimate life. I was born in Kwaggafontein. I built business, I raised families, I employed people. I mediated violence between industry factions where others fled. When the taxi industry was being destroyed by the killing, I wrote to the Minister of Police. When those killers shot me, I survived. When the National Prosecution Authority charged the man who tried to kill me, I stand ready to testify against him. And now I sit before a commission of inquiry, being asked whether I discuss the hiring of hitmen. I understand why this commission must ask difficult questions of everyone in its scope. I do not resent the process. I respect it, but I wish the record to reflect who Mr. Joe Sibanyoni is, a man who reported the criminal cabal to the minister and before the cabal shot him, a man who testified against his would-be assassin, a man who, despite 2 attempts on his life, has never once been convicted of any crime, a man who is here cooperating because he believes in the rule of law and the Constitution of the Republic that he has served as a community leader for 4 decades. My dignity is not negotiable. My cooperation is genuine, and the truth, I'm confident, will vindicate me.
Mrs. Banyon, do you want to correct that second sentence?
Which one?
15, you said you were born in the East Rand. Now you say here you were born in Kwaggafontein.
It's a typing error. Sorry. Let's go back.
Should we say you were raised in Kwaggafontein?
Raised, yes, correct. Thank you. Commissioner, it was so hectic when we drafted this. I was talking, they were typing, so I expected this type of errors. 240. This sworn statement has been prepared thoroughly, multiple consultations, and reflects the most complete response I'm able to provide to the Commission's notice within the bounds of the Constitution, the law, and my pending criminal proceedings. It will be supplemented as soon as the Commission provides the document bundle it has undertaken to furnish. I hereby declare that I know and understand the contents of this sworn statement, that there is no objection to taking this prescribed oath, and that I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience. Dependent, it's myself, Mr. Madoda Johannes Sibanyoni. Signed and sworn before me at Centurion.
No, please, that's enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibanyoni.
You're welcome.
Chair, we've reached the end of Mr. Sibanyoni's statement. As agreed and ruled earlier, we'd ask that his appearance be postponed to 21 September.
Thank you. Mr. Sibanyoni, the hearing of your testimony is postponed to 21 September 2026 at 9:30 in the morning.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 on